Well, welcome to City Hall to many of you here in this room, and good morning, Wichita. We'll call the meeting to order at this time. With us today is Elder Dwayne McGuire with the Ark Church to provide our invocation. Following that invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. We ask that you please stand for both.
Mayor Wu and City Council members, as a lifelong Wichitan, thank you for the honor and privilege to be able to open this council meeting in a word of prayer this morning. Let's all pray together. Father, thank you for this day that you have given us. We invite you into this place, and we ask for godly wisdom and guidance for this council, as issues being discussed here this morning are important to the betterment of our fine city. Your word teaches that you are our shield, our glory, and the lifter of our head. We need your strength, your peace, and your love over our city. Some in our community have suffered terrible tragedy and senseless acts of violence here in these past few days, and we pray comfort from the Holy Spirit over each and every one of them. We pray over our police, our first responders, those with mental health issues, substance abusers, homelessness, our orphans in foster care, our education systems, and the safety of our children in their schoolroom classes this morning. Let we, the Church of Jesus Christ, and our city officials come together in unity and be the hands and feet to make Wichita a better, safer, more prosperous place to live in all facets of our lives. Let everything done here today be done with decency and order. And we pray this in the name of our Lord and Savior, the only name by which men and women can be saved, the powerful and mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting of September 10th, 2024.
Are there any changes or corrections? I see none. I move to approve the meeting minutes for September 10th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the proclamations.
We have awards and proclamations. Today, the proclamations are Drug Abuse and Mental Health Awareness Day, KMUW Week, Hispanic Heritage Month, and then for awards, we have a Certificate of Recognition for Paris Fashion Week.
Can we please ask AGC of Kansas to come forward and all its members? The proclamation reads, the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas the Associated General Contractors, AGC of Kansas, the Chamber of Commerce for the Kansas construction industry, representing 300 Kansas commercial, industrial, and utility construction contractors and their 20,000 employees. And whereas AGC of Kansas is proud to partner with the public and private sectors, including the Kansas construction industry, U.S. Department of Labor, OSHA, and the Kansas Mental Health Association to recognize the month of September as Opioid Abuse and National Suicide Prevention Mental Health Awareness Month. Whereas AGC of Kansas and its industry partners created the Kansas Construction Safety Network to provide opioid abuse and mental health resources and to bring attention to the critical challenges associated with drug abuse and mental health in our community. Whereas AGC of Kansas has worked with its 300 Kansas construction firms to hold a construction day stand up on their construction job sites across Kansas to recognize Drug Abuse and Mental Health Month. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Lily Wu, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim September 17th, 2024 as Drug Abuse and Mental Health Awareness Day.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to recognize a few of our leaders and our co-chairs of our safety committee. George Delatorre with Hutton, Matt Lashley with Higgins Group, our president, in fact, a fifth generation. I want you to think about that. In business in general, you rarely see a first or second generation, but this is a fifth generation construction firm right here in Wichita, Kansas, Raymond Donlinger with Donlinger Construction. We also have Rob Kelp with Decker Electric. Also, our partners with the U.S. Department of Labor and OSHA, Randy Wilson and David McDonald. And then within the Kansas Department of Labor, Shane Etzold. This partnership is been put together over the last couple of years. It's the first of its kind. We have a safety alliance with the U.S. Department of Labor, the Kansas Department of Labor, the Kansas Mental Health Association, and the construction industry to address mental health and drug abuse. One of the things that we all know is that mental health is becoming more and more of a challenge, especially post-COVID era. In addition, our safety committee is committed to all aspects of job site safety, including putting on quarterly Narcan training associated with fentanyl, which is infiltrating all parts of this country. In fact, I was at a national meeting not too long ago where we were talking about the Narcan training that our safety committee is putting on, and one of the persons said, "Y'all are in the middle part of the country. Is fentanyl that much of a challenge?" And I said, "It touches everybody's lives every day." So our safety committee is really proud of the work that we're doing. A lot of times, the only time you hear about our industry is through the media, and we have done a yeoman's job of telling the story of what the construction industry does. A lot of man hours, women hours, and money put into job site safety to make sure our construction workers, which we represent over 20,000 construction workers across the state, go home safe at night. I tell people a lot of times the general public doesn't fully understand what construction contractors do, but in order for a contractor to bid work, they have to have insurance. If they do not pay attention and invest in safety, they don't get insurance underwriting, and as a result, they're out of business. So there's a vested interest not only from a business standpoint, but being a good corporate citizen to make sure that their citizens and their community are working as safe as possible. I visited with the mayor a second ago. This whole safety focus ties back to one of the largest workforce development programs in the country, especially here in Kansas. It's called Build Up Kansas. In fact, Mayor and City Council, I had left a brochure on this program. This program is designed to attract the younger generation into the construction industry to pursue professional careers. We're extremely proud that the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the legislature have partnered with AGC to create the largest workforce development program and resurrecting vocational CTE, vocational programming, into every high school across the state of Kansas. Currently, we have almost 150 high schools and 15 community colleges that are using our training curriculum. That equates to over 9,000 students in construction trades programs. Mayor, City Council, I'm extremely proud to announce that all 9 USD 259 high schools are online with construction trades. Those 9,000 students include 21% female and 12% minority. Our goal next year is to have 25,000 students across the state in construction trades. The governor and lieutenant governor finally understood, along with the legislature, that the key to economic development, and I know the mayor knows this because in her former life, we were talking earlier, she did 2 stories on AGC and the construction industry in Build Up, Kansas 3 years ago out at the Sedgwick County Zoo, and interviewed a gentleman who graduated from Bishop Carroll High School. And now that gentleman is making almost six figures in his mid-20s, coming out of high school. A lot of kids do not have the wherewithal to go to college or cannot or not interested. We are committed to giving them a life skill in high school, and also with that life skill, give them an opportunity to get into the construction industry or other industries versus leaving the state. We consistently run 42nd to 45th in the country for outmigration of population. A lot of those kids feel like they have to move somewhere else. We give them a life skill early on. Then they will have those credentials. They will work here in Wichita. They'll meet their future spouse, and we'll start families in Wichita, and we'll grow not only Wichita, but Kansas. But the spark that really ignited this a few years ago when the legislature approached AGC about a partnership to resurrect CTE vocational programming was the $5 billion Panasonic project. And I know we have an Integra project that's coming, but the number one question that Panasonic asked of the legislature in deciding whether to come to Kansas or Oklahoma was, can you build and maintain our facility? And that required skilled workers. So we are committed to working with the legislature, working with our educators across the state to energize a pipeline of skilled workers in order for our economic developers to do the very best to attract and retain our businesses. And I know the city of Wichita, the leadership up here, is constantly entertaining opportunities for new business and industry with the help of Bob Layton and his staff. That will continue to move forward because we will have that skilled workforce through these construction leaders up here to deliver on that, and we will provide the younger generation with the necessary skills to get those jobs, those good paying jobs, just like that gentleman that Mayor Wu interviewed a few years ago out at the Sedgwick County Zoo. So thank you, thank you, thank you. The construction industry sometimes is viewed as not the sexy kid on the block, but I can assure you we're the biggest industry across the state of Kansas, and we provide long-term professional careers for a wide cross-section of young women and men and minorities in this state. So thank you again for your attention today. And thank you, Mayor, thank you, City Council, for your leadership.
May I please ask KMUW Public Radio to come forward at this time? The proclamation reads, the city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas KMUW Public Radio is celebrating 75 years of community service for Wichita and South Central Kansas, KMUW creates a more informed and curious public through deeper understanding of ideas, arts, culture, and community. Whereas KMUW strives to be an effective, positive, and productive community partner that residents can always count on, including times of crisis through emergency alerts. Whereas KMUW provides invaluable, award-winning local reporting of substantive issues and current events through the support of individuals and companies in the community. Whereas KMUW tells the stories of the people and places of Wichita to Wichitans and to the world through broadcasts and podcasts available to millions, and is deeply rooted in the community and has been licensed to Wichita State University since 1949. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Lily Wu, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim the first week of September 2024 as KMUW Week in the city of Wichita and encourage all citizens to recognize the contributions of public broadcasting.
I'll just say quickly that KMUW does take its role in the community as a community service very seriously. And we believe that from arts and culture to science and technology, there are a lot of good stories in this community, and we think they all need to be told. And thank you. That's all.
May I please ask the Wichita Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and all its partners to come forward at this time. Thanks for doing The proclamation reads, "The city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas Latinos and Hispanics have played a pivotal role in shaping the social, cultural, and economic landscape of Wichita, contributing to every sector from arts to education, business, civic leadership, and beyond. Whereas the city of Wichita takes pride in its strong partnership with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, which tirelessly advocates for the economic advancement and empowerment of Hispanic businesses, fostering a more inclusive and prosperous community for all. Whereas Hispanic heritage is an integral part of Wichita's identity, enhancing our community with unique traditions, culinary delights, artistic expressions, and cultural celebrations, thereby enriching the lives of all residents. Whereas Wichita is committed to celebrating the contributions and achievements of its Latino and Hispanic residents, recognizing their invaluable role in creating a vibrant, inclusive, and dynamic city. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Lily Wu, Mayor of the City of Wichita, Kansas, along with the Wichita City Council, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2024, as Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Wichita, and encourage all citizens to honor the contributions of the Latino and Hispanic community, participate in cultural events, and join in celebrating the rich diversity that makes our city unique.
Thank you. Gracias. Gracias a todos mis amigos que vinieron a apoyarnos el día de hoy. Thank you for this honor and for recognizing the vital contributions of the Hispanic community in our city of Wichita. On behalf of the Wichita Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, all of my friends, and the large Hispanic community here in Wichita, I am proud to accept this proclamation. Wichita is home to a vibrant, diverse community where people from many different backgrounds live, work, and together, we all contribute to the collective success of our region. Today, Wichita is home to more than 69,000 Hispanic, making up over 17% of the population. Ours is a story of opportunity and contribution, and it shows that the Hispanic community is not just a part of Wichita's present, but it's essential of its future. Our presence is felt in every sector: business, culture, civic leadership, and education. We are proud of the strong working relationships among Wichita Hispanic leaders, which promote economic advancement and create opportunities for all. Hispanic entrepreneurs, businesses, and community leaders are making a lasting impact on our economy. Hispanic households continue to invest in the future, with 50% of these households raising children, showing our commitment to building a strong foundation for the next generation. Our traditions, our language, our values are part of the rich fabric of this community. We are proud to call this place our home, and we are even prouder to continue growing and contributing to its success. Let this proclamation serve as a reminder that the Hispanic community is integral to Wichita's success. It is a testament to the power of diversity and the strength that comes from embracing the contributions of all people. Together, we will continue to build a future where opportunity and collaboration thrive. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
May I invite Councilmember Glasscock? And may we please ask Hazel Stabler to please come forward at this time. This is a special recognition on the behalf of the Wichita City Council in recognition of Hazel Stabler. This certificate of recognition reads, "It is to highlight her rich contributions to the Native American and Hispanic culture through her designs and using her skills in fashion to tell people's stories through art. As she prepares to travel to Paris to represent Wichita, Kansas at the Paris Fashion Week, we thank Hazel for her leadership and dedication to her craft and for her willingness to teach others." Congratulations, Hazel.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm excited. I'm leaving this Saturday, and my show will be on September 27th. I'm very excited to represent Wichita and the state of Kansas and my native community in sharing my culture through fashion, and I thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Next, we have the public agenda. The first speaker is Donna Castillo-Garcia, proposal for inclusion of health services in the multi-agency center.
Good morning, City Council. I'm Donna. You guys may remember me from last spring when I talked to you about a Medicaid expansion. Well, I'm back. I have another issue I'd like to address today. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about healthcare services that are going to be offered at the MAC, the Multi-Agency Center. So as I'm sure all of you are aware, but for those who may not, Sedgwick County has a homelessness task force. They work on mobilizing community advocacy groups and streamlining services for the Wichita area for homeless care. A key element that's being discussed right now is the development of a multi-agency center, or a MAC, for homelessness. This provides essential services all in one place in a mall-like environment. And a significant component of this facility is going to be the nurse's health station. It's designed to provide basic first aid care to the clients at the MAC. And the city has set an ambitious goal for the MAC to be operational by Thanksgiving. So that means that renovations, security installations, furnishing, and service contracts all have to be established in just a few short months. So I'd like to speak to you from my experience at last year's emergency shelter. Despite some of the initial challenges, we were very successful in developing processes. We were able to increase the capacity of nurses to see up to 35 patients in just a few hours. We streamlined intake processes. We developed a clear system that addressed the client's immediate needs. And we provide reliable referrals to chronic management. And then, most importantly, we saved lives, like administering Narcan during overdose situations and calling EMS when the situation called for it. So I can tell you what works in healthcare operations. Collaborating with multiple entities to make sure that we have supplies that are donated, like medications, dressing supplies, wound care, and first aid equipment, effective communication strategies between the medical staff, volunteers, and the organizations, and standardized procedures like intake and document processes that ensure consistent and reliable care. I can also tell you what doesn't work, and that's placing the burden of care on the client themselves. Poor planning and reactive care models lead to burnout and insufficiencies. Deploying inexperienced volunteers without training or supervision, relying on passive efforts to recruit volunteers instead of a proactive engagement model, and overlooking the specific healthcare needs of homeless people, such as communicable disease, chronic disease, substance use, and mental health support. And I wouldn't stand in front of you today without some recommendations with all the problems. So I would advise perhaps mobilizing the network of independent volunteers that we already have working the streets. They're familiar with the clients. They know them by name, and they can really help with that transition. We can involve health science students who are eager to gain hands-on experience with marginalized populations and who need this trauma-informed care. Experiences. We can empower volunteers and staff with the necessary supplies, onboarding processes to provide effective care with the resources they need. And we can ensure that the health station staff are at minimally aware of what trauma-informed care practices look like to create welcoming and safe environments. So the nurses station will be critical in addressing the immediate healthcare needs of clients seeking help at the MAC, and the importance of this project cannot be understated. This population is highly vulnerable to abuse and neglect, even from the most well-meaning individuals. If proper planning and safety measures are not implemented, homeless individuals may avoid the MAC altogether if it becomes dangerous or inhospitable. Hastily established shelters often suffer from inadequate staffing, security, utilities, medical care, supplies, making them feel more like prisons or psychiatric wards. Overcrowding, unsanitary conditions, staff mistreatment, and lack of safety can lead to physical harm, theft, or further marginalization of these individuals that the facility is meant to serve. So, by focusing on these strategies that I talked about, the Nurses Health Station at the MAC can provide critical services that meet the urgent and ongoing healthcare needs of homeless population of Wichita. So thank you for your time and your consideration, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions that you might have.
There's a whole board of questions, so thank you so very much for speaking today. We'll begin with Councilmember Johnston.
Donna, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate your interest.
Absolutely.
And your help in it last year and probably this year too. So
Yes.
just to clarify, the shelter will only be open this winter. The MAC will not be ready yet.
Okay.
So the MAC hopefully will be ready by next summer.
Yes.
Spring, summer.
And I have been in contact with the individuals who are working on it with the task force. And they did say that they are planning to do the nurses station when they start the winter shelter. That's part of the emergency services that they give. And then when the MAC does come open, they intend to extend those services to all year round.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm on the task force, as is Councilmember
Yes.
Ballard. Hunter Health and Grace Med are very much involved.
Yes.
And Guadalupe Clinic to a certain extent too. So, and I'm sure Health Corps will be on board also. So all those agencies can help in that effort to really care for people that are homeless and get them stabilized and get them the care they need. But thank you for your efforts, and thanks for your passion, and very much appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Johnson said a lot of what I wanted to say. First of all, thank you, and to every provider who had a stake in last year and a stake going forward. You guys truly are saving lives. So from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate that. I guess my next question would be for staff, maybe Troy. How much input have we gotten from other shelters pertaining to medical care? And you've been on board pretty much this whole time helping to get this project off the ground. Could you just give a little bit of an update as far as input we've gotten from other shelters around the nation?
Yeah, so staff, together with our development partner, Petra, HFG Architecture, McCowan Gordon Construction, before and as part of the site selection process and the site selection recommendation, our team has visited with a number of other facilities across the nation and gleaned from that some of the industry standard best practices, not only with regards to shelter, non-congregate shelter housing, but also the health care that will and should be provided to those patrons who are frequent in these facilities. And so absolutely, we've had a number of conversations with other facilities across the nation and tried to understand better. In addition to that, we've also engaged local stakeholders who are in the healthcare space. In fact, even as recently as late last week, right, our development partner is having conversations with these community partners to understand exactly what it means for providing those healthcare related services at the MAC. Yep.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the work you've done on it, and Donna, same with you. Everybody who has a stake in this, just doing great work, and let's make this thing as efficient and as high quality as possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Donna, for being here again and your continued advocacy. You brought up a kind of a distrust, and that's something I heard from some of the unhoused community last year. Do you have any suggestions? I always ask folks if you have suggestions on how to build trust to encourage them to come into facilities?
So consistency of provider care has been shown is the most effective way to build trust over time, and having that transparency. So we're talking to them about what's going on. We're asking for input from people experiencing homelessness on what works best for them, and we have several small groups. There are church groups, there are independent Facebook groups. These are the individuals, those independent volunteers that I had mentioned. They're the ones, they've been doing this for 10 years. So they know who's missing. They know everyone by name. They know what their health conditions are. They know what, substances they use. And if we can open communication and maybe recruit some of these individuals to spend volunteer time serving meals, if they have the licensure to do nursing station, maybe just as greeters, that's going to make it so much more welcoming. And that's going to sort of collaborate this whole untapped resource. And then also having, the students come in, I think would also benefit as well.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Donna, thank you so much for coming back. We appreciate it. I think it's really important to hear from people that are actually the boots on the ground doing the work. I know that some of the outcomes of the shelter last winter were less than perfect, so I appreciate you letting us know what we could focus on to do better so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. So thank you so much for all you do, and if you think of anything else, please email us or call us.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the next name?
Representative Ford Carr requests of an activity pad to be placed in Riverside Park.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. As stated, I am Representative Ford Carr, represent the 84th District in Wichita. However, I'm not here in that official capacity today. I'm here as serving as the Executive Director of a local nonprofit organization called Us Doing Us. Part of our core values with Us Doing Us is community and family building. And under that mantra, we have an event that's taken place for the past 6 years in Central Riverside Park. It's a community building event. It's grown in size, and I believe it to be an exceptional event for our community. My request today is that that we partner with the city and have the city come out and provide an activity platform, which is basically a 30 by 30 concrete pad that allows the participants in that event to come down and dance, and any other activity that might take place in Riverside Park. Of course, it wouldn't be exclusive to just us doing us for that Sunday event. That event is officially called Riverside Sundays in the Park. That platform would be there for the general use of the community at any time. Our organization just normally rents that, or for the past 6 years, we've rented that portion of Riverside Park between Memorial Day and Labor Day every summer. I presented last week to the District 6 DAB board. There were quite a myriad of questions that were asked, but the main one that stands out with me is the question was asked, why Riverside? And that answer's simple. As I look around the room, I would venture to say that there's not anyone here that has lived as long as the history of Riverside Park reigns in the community that I serve, in the African American community. I can remember going there as a young child, and certainly I'm probably not the eldest in the room. However, my sisters tell me stories about when they went as young children to Riverside Park. It was a place where our community met. If you check the history of the city and you go back many years, that was actually the park that was closest to what would have been the African American community at that time. Based on some things that took place, some redlining and eminent domain and things of that nature, the African American community subsequently was pushed out of what was considered the downtown area, or there closest to, into the predominantly north side of Wichita, and that's how we got in that part of the city. However, you don't always have an opportunity to right a wrong, and in my opinion, this would be righting a previous wrong. I took the liberty of emailing each one of you a copy of what was the highest bid, and the highest bid, I listed that just to show that we could get it under that $15,000 mark. That I had a brief conversation with the mayor, who was gracious enough to come out and dance with us one Sunday. This platform, Mayor, would allow you to dance and not get those pretty white shoes dirty. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Just had one question. I know you said this is a nonprofit called Us Doing Us. Were you planning to raise funds to provide for whatever improvements you were asking for?
We were certainly looking at fundraising, but we want the city to partner with us with this as well. So that would be some conversation that we could have.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Representative, for coming up here today. Sometimes my people send emails to my sister-in-law, M. Hoheisel. So I'm looking through my email here. I don't see anything. Could you just, how much was the price?
So I sent that from a personal email address. It would read fcar21, but the figure that we had discussed previously, when I say we, I mean myself and the mayor, was to try to get it to fall under $15,000. I actually got 3 different bids Each one of them were below the $15,000, but I sent you the most expensive bid. I understand that the city's got their own bidding process, so I wasn't going to try to circumvent that. But that was just to show that we can certainly do it and have it done by someone that is, and they're actually a licensed contractor for the city. So that's the reason I sent that bid.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Representative. I just went through my email. I also did not get that email, so if you could forward that over, I would appreciate it.
Well, let me ask this question because I sent it through the email system at the city. So possibly there's a hang up there. I don't know. But before I leave, then I'll be certain and get each one of your individual email addresses, and that way I can be certain that you have it.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we've had some email issues over the past month or so with some spam emails coming in, so it may have just gotten caught up in that process. So apologies if that's what it was. But yeah, I'd love to see it. Love to see the pricing on this. Thank you, sir.
Representative Carr, it actually came from your Us Doing Us email, and I'm forwarding it now to all the council members.
I think I sent you two separate emails, Mayor, so you probably did get one from Us Doing Us. For whatever reason, and it may have been some of the glitches that Councilman Hoheisel was speaking of, I couldn't get the city's email to take that email address as a from, so I had to change the email address so that it would be accessible through Outlook.
Sorry, Representative Carr, can you tell us a little bit more about the event? How many people come out to the event? I obviously came out on one of those Sundays and had a good time meeting with some of the small business owners that were selling food and appreciated that. And I enjoyed meeting residents in our community. I love community events. And so can you tell us a little bit more about the number of folks that come out?
Sure, Mayor, I'm glad you asked. That number's grown from the initial time we began that event. Our numbers were, you probably could have counted them on your fingers and toes. However, at this time, I sometimes try to attempt to count the numbers of people there, but certainly there were several hundred people that show up at that weekly event on Sundays. One of the things that we pride ourselves on, and a quick shout out to Police Chief Sullivan. He came out additionally and introduced himself to some of the participants. And I'd asked the chief earlier that if we could try not to have such a strong police presence. Obviously, sometimes the relationships between the African American community and the police department aren't the greatest, not just in this city, but in a lot of places, and oftentimes because of past behaviors. Fortunately, we have a police chief that was willing to work with us, and he told me, he said, Representative, as long as there aren't any problems, we won't come in the park on Sundays during that time. And to his credit, with the exception of the last event of the year, we really haven't seen them. We kind of work on the premise that we're going to police ourselves, and we do. And I'd like to also give, what I consider a shout out to those individuals that are parked on the street and assist me in keeping the traffic moving properly, and making certain that we don't have any issues. I would venture to say that there's probably not very many places in the city that have had as long of a run as we've had with the numbers of people that we have there, and certainly the diversity of the group, and we haven't had a single issue that required the police to intervene. So I think that that's a marvelous thing, not only for the community, but for the city as well. And possibly I should get the police department in the city to kind of partner with me on how we do that, because it doesn't seem to happen in many other places, and I'm certainly open for those conversations.
See no further questions. Thank you very much, Representative Carr.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Mayor, we've only used about 9 minutes of the public agenda, if you'd like to open it up.
We have 9 minutes left in public agenda, which means anyone from the audience may come forward and speak and address the council. 15 minutes left, I apologize. Please state your name and your address.
I apologize, everybody, for not getting on the agenda. This is my first time. I wasn't sure exactly how this worked. I am glad the podium spins around. I was a little worried how that was going to work. Again, I'm Brad Marakian. I live in East Wichita. I've actually spoken with a number of you. Becky, you've helped me on a totally unrelated matter, which I really appreciate. Dalton, I've spoke to you. JV, I really appreciate talking to you. You came to meet with me one time at my YMCA group. And Mike, I appreciate it. I appreciate how responsive you all have been. I'm here today because I wanted to talk a little bit about some homeless problems. I run along the Arkansas River a couple times a week over my lunch break. I work downtown. And my route starts at the Seneca River crossing. The flyer I gave you all, those materials actually has a little map so you can see what I'm talking about. I go down to the Seneca River crossing and I turn, let's see, I think it's west along the north side of the river, kind of that little path that goes by Cowtown. I go down to the pedestrian bridge near the intersection of Central and McLean, and then I turn around, I take the south side trail back. I just kind of do a little loop. So at last count, there's at least 8 homeless camps along this stretch of the river. And when I say camps, I'm not talking about just a little tent. I'm talking cook fires, canopies, clotheslines. One guy the other day had an entertainment system set up. It's quite advanced, actually. And I brought pictures for you. It's been getting worse over the summer. I've called the homeless outreach team a couple of times, but otherwise I've just put up with it. I mean, I'm kind of annoyed with how trashy it looks, but I mean, look, I'm a guy. I wouldn't want my girlfriend running down there. I wouldn't want my kids down there, but I feel reasonably safe, or at least I have. But recently I was on a run, and these 3 dogs come bolting out of one of the camps right for me. And look, to be totally honest, I don't know their intentions, okay? I wasn't gonna stick around to find out. They could have been perfectly friendly. All I saw was 3 dogs come running at me out of one of the homeless camps. I don't know what their situation is. I don't know if they've had their shots. So that was basically the last straw for me. I called the police. I was told that they'd be sending animal control. Now, respectfully, at its root, this is not an animal control issue. This is a homeless issue. And I don't think the city's doing enough to clear the homeless camps from the riverfront. When I've spoken to the homeless outreach team, I've been told they lack the resources to adequately patrol the river. When I talked to the officer who arrived at the dog incident, he's very polite, very professional. He said they're very busy. Said they can post a sticker at the camps and eventually clean up the camps. That's about all they can do. Says they're powerless to actually remove the camps, the homeless from the camps to the shelters. They're powerless to issue citations. When we talked about the recent Supreme Court case, his answer was, well, that hasn't gotten here yet. The Supreme Court case was about 4 months ago. I guess he means we don't have a camping ordinance in place yet. I don't know. Now look, if I were to take my kids camping at any state park and I didn't buy a permit, I'd get a ticket. But apparently that doesn't apply to these homeless camps. And I don't think that's right. I don't think it's safe. I don't think it's safe for women. I don't think it's safe for children. It's not really safe for anybody anymore along the river. And really, it's not safe for the homeless either. You know, I have sympathy for their plight. Again, Member Johnson graciously accepted my invitation to speak on these issues to my YMCA men's group, which I really appreciate. But I don't think it's humane to not be relocating these people to the care and the shelter that they require. I think they're suffering from mental illness. I think they're suffering from drug issues. I do think there is room at the local shelters. They just don't want to be there. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about this MAC, but I don't think that waiting months for the MAC to open is an acceptable solution. This problem has been festering all summer long. We are not San Francisco. We are not Portland. We are not Seattle. We're Wichita. We're supposed to be the bastion of common sense, right? And I'm asking for the city to take clear and decisive action now. I don't think occasionally posting a sticker, sweeping up trash, I don't think that's enough. I think if there isn't a camping ordinance, I think one needs to be in place. I think citations need to be issued. I think the camps need to be disbanded. And simply waiting for a MAC to be open, that's better facilities, but I hope we all know from other cities' experience that simply building better facilities isn't going to be a solution in and of itself. There has to be more enforcement. So with that, my time's up. I'll take any questions y'all have. Otherwise, I'll get back to work, and you guys can call me later if you want to discuss, but I sure would appreciate your help with this.
Thanks, Rad. I have a whole board of individuals who want to speak. We'll start with Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry that we haven't gotten to connect yet. Mike and I were going to call you together, and I didn't get to make that call, but I really appreciate you coming and visiting. I know the dogs that you're talking about specifically. My dad and I have gone to clean up the river because many people feel the same way that you do, and rather than waiting for the contractor sometimes, my dad and I just went and loaded up his truck with some trash. And then last weekend, or 2 weeks ago, I organized a river cleanup, met at the pedestrian bridge and did both sides. And we collected so much trash, and honestly, you probably can't even tell that we were there today. There's so much trash. So I don't want to speak too much for the city, but I would say that we haven't implemented the enforcement for the camps as much over the summer because we don't have a shelter. The shelters that we do have are for domestic violence, or Union Rescue Mission is only taking maybe 30 men where they used to take nearly 90 or 100. And we just don't have this space. So that is why the MAC is so important, because right now we're not able to offer them a bed to enforce the camps. It's just kind of shifting people around. And I would also mention that at the end of October, the contract will be up for renewal for the third-party contracted company that cleans up the encampments. And we're looking at bringing that back in-house so that we don't sometimes have to wait up into the 14 days that the contract allows. So I think if we were able to bring it in-house and we would be able to get to it a little bit quicker, I think it would be cheaper, because we're spending a lot of money for somebody else to go kind of just move the people around different places on the river because we don't have them a bed to offer. I do agree, not every single person is going to want to go to the MAC, but I do think without even having an option right now, that's why many of them are unfortunately sleeping on the river. And I don't disagree, that is not okay, and Wichita is better than that. So it's something that we're all working really hard on, and I appreciate you taking the time to come up here, and I'll give you a call a little bit later to continue our conversation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you coming up here and speaking on this. Just a couple of things. I do believe we are going to be beefing our hot team up a little bit when the recruiting class gets through their on-the-street training here in a couple of months. So that should help us address some of these a little quicker. We're not where we need to be yet, but we are getting there. We're on the path there as far as providing options for mental health services and addiction services. We did recently allocate funding for some beds with DECA for addictions counseling. We also have the mental health hospital that's going in right now. They're going through the process down on Meridian and MacArthur. That's more of a county thing. And we're working with ComCare too to provide some additional services for some of these things, the underlying causes for homelessness. So I appreciate that. Just one point I would like to emphasize. I know it's not great to have it along the river, but if you bust up a lot of camps along the river, they start popping up in the middle of neighborhoods. This is something that's prevalent in my district, and we have options to go to the river or not currently. If it's next door to you in an abandoned lot, an empty lot like in my district where it happens quite a bit, that's in the middle of a neighborhood. So sometimes we have to use discretion and exactly what camps do we take down, and when they do go into the neighborhoods, you're going from one campsite or 7 or 8, like you're saying, to a smattering of them in the middle of neighborhoods. So there is a little bit of discretion that we do need to use sometimes as far as whether or not we'll be doing the public a good by removing some of these campsites. But as the MAC gets open, we are going to focus more on enforcement coming up. So yeah, it's just one of those situations. We're doing the best we can with it. So I do appreciate you coming up and chatting about it.
Well, I appreciate that. And I know this is not a debate or anything like that, but I will say that there are hundreds of people that live right along that riverfront. In fact, there's an entire development down there. I consider that to be a neighborhood. I mean, the issue we're talking about is less than half a mile from this building where we're standing right now. I understand it's completely kind of like playing whack-a-mole. I know that's a bad analogy, obviously not talking about whacking anybody, but yeah, you're gonna move them and they're gonna move somewhere else, and it's kind of moving around. But unfortunately, that doesn't mean enforcement isn't necessary. Enforcement is essential. As to capacity, I mean, I've talked to a couple homeless shelters. The last time I called them, they did have beds available. So I don't know if I'm not being told the right information or not, but I wonder if anybody on the homeless outreach team has even asked those people, hey, would you please go to a shelter? Have they said, no, there's no room in the shelters? I don't think they're there on the river. I think we all know they're not there on the river because there isn't room. They don't want to be in the shelters.
Right.
So I think that's kind of beside the point. Let's build, a new facility. I'm in favor of the new facility. It's great. It's not the solution, though, without enforcement.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Brad. I enjoyed our conversation, and thank you, Mayor. I live downtown. I go to church downtown. I work downtown. I run downtown, and I see this every single day. I echo that it gets worse every single week, and every single week I see more encampments. I sent an email this weekend. I was running along the river at about 8:30 on Saturday. There was 8 encampments, and when I say encampments, they were homesteading encampments. They were not just encampments between the Kellogg Bridge and Lincoln Street Bridge. So you're looking at maybe 0.2 miles, and there's 8 mass encampments. And so every single one of these photos is not someone camping. It's not someone just sleeping under a bridge. This is homesteading, where people are building structures in these facilities. And I would say that I see this every single day somewhere along the river. So I echo your frustrations. It's the number one frustration that I have from this position. I've expressed this in every single meeting to the manager. I've expressed this from the bench multiple times. This is the number one call I get from people, and I don't believe that we're actively doing enough now. I know that we're working towards a solution, and I'm hopeful for that, but I think that we must be implementing our ordinances now, and we need to make sure this is the number one priority, because this is the number one priority I hear from citizens. So I just want to say thank you for coming here. I echo your concerns. I think we are moving in the right direction, but it's not as quick as I want, and it's not as quick as I think the citizens deserve either.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Johnston.
Brad, thank you. And I enjoyed talking to your wise men group about this issue. And we are working on it. There will be a comprehensive plan. As you say, the MAC is only part of it. That is definitely true. There's a comprehensive plan, and then the backside of that plan is we're going to have to enforce our ordinances, to your point. I ride my bike along that river, and I see same thing you see, trash and people camping all the time. My wife will not go with me because she doesn't feel safe. So I get it, and we are addressing it, and everything in government takes a little more time than we hope it does, but we're going to get there, so thank you.
No, I appreciate it, and I'm just here talking to you all because, hey, I got you all in one room, so, but I do know you guys are putting some effort into this, so thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here. I just had one question for you. So as we look at these encampments, if you have a individual or multiple individuals who don't want to go to shelter, maybe don't feel safe in shelter, but we take away their encampment and all their belongings and all of that, what would you suggest we do with them if they won't go to a shelter?
I honestly don't have a good answer to that. I don't think that throwing up our hands is the solution. I think that if we clean the trash, which I apologize if people take that as a pejorative term, one man's trash is another man's treasure, I suppose, but it's trash. And if we take the trash, I don't think that they're going to want to stay there anymore. I don't think that we can just throw up our hands and just say, well, they'll just go somewhere else. That is what leads to San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, Boulder, all of these places. Wichita's not there yet. Wichita is on its way there unless we take some action. We can be humane about this, but we can still enforce our laws in a humane fashion. Unfortunately, that's the best I can answer your question, because I understand it's not an easy thing to do to enforce laws, especially when it comes to dispossessing people and telling them to move along, but that is what the city needs to do.
I appreciate that, but I think you just articulated the challenge here. So again, if you have individuals along the river, like Councilmember Hoheisel said, they're going to go somewhere else. So again, someone else would come up here. And the solution that we've actually been working on, which I know you don't want to wait on, and going towards a multi-agency center where there's multiple resources there, where we can build trust, where we can say this is a great place for you to come to get the help. While it may be months away, that is a more humane way to deal with this than to just start taking possessions. I would argue if you clean up trash, that doesn't make someone want to move. That just means there's a clean place for them to continue living and having conversations with them. There are encampments in multiple parks around neighborhoods where some of them have trash, some of them do not. But until there is a place where folks feel safe going, that doesn't mean there may not be beds available right now, but if they don't feel safe or want to be in that space, we can't legally make them stay there. So they're just gonna be outside. And again, where we are right now, all of us working towards that one solution, while it is some months away, is a little more humane than just breaking up camps and taking things and throwing them away and pushing them to somewhere else in the city.
Yeah, and all I would say again is that many larger cities have tried the approach of let's build new facilities and it'll fix the problem, and it doesn't. We know it doesn't. It requires enforcement. And I'll bet you lunch, Councilman, that once that MAC is built, without enforcement, it's not going to change anything on the river. It's not going to change anything anywhere without enforcement, because there are just certain people, because of mental illness and drug issues, that don't want to be in shelters, period.
Yeah, I think we are kind of talking about the same thing in a little bit in circles, because when the MAC is done, then there would be enforcement, right? There would be a way to get folks into that facility. We don't have a MAC right now. So we're talking about a situation that we're actually working to improve without the actual solution being done yet. But I hear you. We always use those same cities as examples, but there's multiple cities where things have been built and it's been successful. I mean, we visited some of those places as well. But our Wichita solution, I believe, is one that will work, and we'll see. I might take you up on that lunch.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your time, and thank you for the information and for sharing your concerns. I wish Officer Nate with the Homeless Outreach Team was here, but Bob, I think I know the answer to this question, but just to clarify, regarding camps and essentially breaking up people's camps and their possessions, there's laws about what we can do and what we cannot do. Is that correct? Don't we have to post, give them notice so that they have time to get their possessions and things such as that? I just want to make sure that I have the most accurate information, and as does the community and the speaker here today. Thank you.
Again, always say I didn't go to law school. She did. It's my understanding that the laws are changing based on the Supreme Court decision. At the direction of the council, we are preparing 2 ordinances that will recognize the changes. Will be more aggressive in terms of encampments on public property as well as use of sidewalks. And the ordinance, as it's in draft form now, clearly indicates what the definition of valuables is and what's then considered to be junk or or not valuable property, and then also notification and storage timeframes are all in the ordinance as well. So I can't speak to when that'll be coming to you, but I think we're at least in the second or third draft of that document right now.
So there are some action steps that will be coming forward, Brad. Thank you so very much for addressing the council. This is the exact reason why we opened up public comment for any individual to come and address their grievances or ideas with the council. So I appreciate that you took that opportunity and wanted to speak about this topic. I will correct the record really quickly because I did contact Union Rescue Mission, and they said they have 60 shelter beds, 60 beds for men in programs, 25 apartments for men in transitional housing right now. They will shrink to 30 to 40 beds in the second phase of construction to begin in mid-November. Construction will be completed by April 1st of next year. That is just one of the many emergency sheltering opportunities in Wichita right now. Humankind Ministries also provides emergency sheltering all times of the year, so not just winter. And I know that there are multiple nonprofit organizations like the Salvation Army that have now switched to a more long-term format to help individuals who are facing drug and substance abuse problems. And so everyone's trying their small part in this really challenging sphere of homelessness. And I appreciate you and also Donna for addressing us regarding not just homelessness, but the multi-agency center. And I want to be clear that the multi-agency center will provide emergency sheltering, which will be temporary, and then people will then connect to resources to go into transitional housing or affordable housing, which is subsidized housing. And the end goal really is to get people to independence, freedom, liberty, at the very end, where they can support themselves when they are healthy. And so that's the spectrum where we want people to navigate to and from. And so that is just one part of the solution, which is sheltering people. But the other piece will be enforcement. And as you just heard from City Manager Layton, we are working towards having some sort of draft come up before the council so that we can review that. And I encourage you, as well as any resident in our community, when these topics come up, email us, show up to the city council meetings, and help us really help these individuals who are facing a challenge in their life really change and transform their lives. This weekend, I went and saw one of the church groups help out by giving lunches or dinners to individuals as well as some clothing. But once this multi-agency center opens up, the idea is to have these churches, these wonderful individuals that want to help individuals with homelessness truly transform their lives. And so efforts will have to be centralized to this multi-agency center. And there won't be, as Councilmember Johnston once said from the bench, 60 different locations where you can find food. Instead, we want all the efforts to come to one place where we can really connect the individuals to the right resource that will help that specific individual truly transform their lives and not continue to have this cycle of homelessness. And we want them to really, truly realize their full potential by breaking out of that cycle. So thank you so very much for being here today. And just know that as a council, we are working on not just enforcement, but also a solution to breaking people out of that cycle.
Yeah, thank you again for your time. I'm going to head back to work. You all just give me a call if you want to talk about anything. Let's please not wait until this winter to clean the river. Would really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. One last thing for staff, can we make sure that the homeless outreach team does go by the river and knows about the 8 locations that were mentioned by Councilmember Glasscock, as well as our speaker, Brad. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item? Do we still have time?
Yes, you still have time. You've only used 14 minutes of the public agenda portion.
We have now further public agenda items. If anyone would like to speak, please state your name, your address, and you will have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Susie Cunningham. I live in historic Midtown, District 6. I also live on the river. Just so you know, I worked for the park board for 12 years. So I love all of the parks in town. I also attended the meeting that Mr. Carr presented at the DAB. And since you're having some email glitches, did you all get plenty of emails? Did you get plenty of emails? You got them all? Okay. I don't recall anyone asking him why Riverside. However, at the end of his speech, he did say that one of the reasons he liked that area was because there was so much room to park there, and the only room to park there is on the grass. The other thing the thing that really bothers me is taking a meeting and working out a handshake deal with the chief of police so that they can self-police. I think that should be done in a more formal process when a police chief allows people to park in a no parking zone. Also, I talked to a friend of mine that's a retired arborist, and he said that driving and parking in the root zone of shade trees is called the silent tree killer in his circles. So I really don't want the police chief making decisions about the care and maintenance of our parks when we're not. He said a drought season is really bad because it prevents the soil gets so compacted it can't receive water or air. And he said if there's enough of it going on, in 2 years you won't see those trees. So the other thing is that this organization has had wonderful events for 6 years and nobody's complained. But this year they added a show car rally with streaming vehicles. They took over the street. It was kind of unsafe. The DJ said that 400 people were there. It seems to me that Mr. Carr has done such a great job growing his event that he's outgrown the park. And I'm also worried about how many things can you put in that park. If you count up all the things that are in that park, will it continue to be a park? Plus, I don't know if you noticed or not, but there's a really nice gazebo that's about 40 feet in diameter with a roof, lights, electricity, ADA sidewalks to it. I really don't think we need that. And what if that slab and later pavilion helps his event grow even further? Right now, it runs from the Murdoch roundabout all the way to the Nims roundabout. It is not just a little section of the park that he gets a permit on. So I think if we need to increase use in other areas, we might look into other parks that are bigger. But I also think cars should be parked. I went to a car show, the American Legion car show this weekend, and they had parks lined up, or they had cars parked lined up with the hoods open, sitting there with flyers, and they were so proud of each one of them were proud of their cars. And I took my brother, he drives a 42 Chevy. They weren't just running around and around and around, cruising around like it's Douglas, because it's not Douglas. But anyway, I really think that there are other places in the park. There's a bandstand right across the street from where it's ending up, just to the west of the zoo. There's Park Villa where they could be indoors and outdoors in a big parking lot. Manissa Shelter has 2 giant parking lots. But no matter where it goes, the noise will have to be calmed down, because when the crowd gets big, it gets really loud. And when you're on the river, the sound intensifies, it amplifies. I live around 2 bends, and I can still hear it. I don't mind it because it's muffled. But I can tell you from where I live, a block south of North High, I can hear the football players call their plays when they're practicing at North High. So let me tell you, it does get on that flat water and go. So I guess that's all I have to say. This isn't a plan to kill a wonderful event. It's maybe just put some parameters on it. So thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Susie? Yes? Do you know if the car show you're talking about, was it a one-time thing, or is it a every Saturday?
No, they
or
have
Sunday?
it, I think it's annually. It's held in Hayesville at the Antique Vickers Station, the historic marker.
Well, I'm talking the one in
Oh,
Riverside.
Every Sunday.
It's they've been doing the
I
car
think
show
they've
every
joined
Sunday.
in several, maybe last year, but it's become a part of it. I think because that last Sunday fell on Labor Day, it might have been more. But yeah, the cars are a part of it. It's been that way for quite a while.
Okay,
And it is every Sunday, yeah.
Okay, so with the actual car show, was there like an actual car show, or is it
No,
just?
it's just the cruisers with their fancy cars. Mr. Carr described it at the DAB meeting. They clean up their cars, they come, and they want to cruise. They want to show it off, just like we all did on Douglas, but it's not Douglas,
Okay.
and it is every week. So.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Not an opinion either way, just clarifying culturally. It's every Sunday, but what we like to do is show off the vehicles we have. So the rims, we get them all shined up, tires, play the music, tinted windows, all that. Drive real slow so everybody can see you just showing off. So it's not car show, it's just part of the event that he's doing, but we tend to do that wherever we at.
Thank you. My name is Claire Willenberg, and I live at 1402 North Garland. I happen to be association president for our neighborhood, and the other surrounding neighborhoods, Midtown and Riverside, our presidents have all spoken. We tend to get a lot of comments and complaints and positive comments on this event because they think we can do something, I guess. But it's not a question of why Riverside. Every group should be welcome in our public parks. And this is I've heard nothing but positive comments about the type of event, the community building. It's that it's too loud, grown too big, too much parking on the grass. I wonder, as I walk through, if we can't have a conversation and relocate parts where they are now congregating. It's a fairly steep, nasty drop down to the proposed platform. It's accessed by gravel sidewalk. If you have ever tried to push a wheelchair, this event is multi-generational. That's one of the great things, from babies in strollers to great-grandparents in wheelchairs to everybody in between who might have a back or ankle or knee injury. It would be a hobble to get down there. Gravel pathways are not the best. It's not accessible. Could we move it? Perhaps by the bandstand across onto the west. There is a curb cut. It's got a big parking lot that could be used for line dancing, or if possible, make it a stationary look at my car and have some of them parked there. The cruising I get, but it's not very safe. We have toddlers running in and out. It completely blocks a roadway. It's not safe for the participants. And if there needs to be an emergency vehicle, there's no way to get down there safely. So I'm suggesting, and what I hear from the other two association presidents who also hear from a lot of people, we want the event, we appreciate the event. It's a great place to have it in Central Riverside, but it needs to abide by regulations, no parking on the grass, keep the decibels down, keep the music lyrics appropriate for young people, because this is a multi-generational thing. And did I say keep off the grass? I hear that over and over. So if they would move, you would have an ADA wide concrete sidewalk up toward the bandstand. If you need more space, put a small slab there. Open up the restrooms. You have the comfort station close. You have a big parking lot that you could either use for dancing or parking. We just need the congestion down. Thank you. Any question? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone who spoke during public comment. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Consent agenda items 1 through 17.
Are there items to be pulled? I have several, so I will start with pulling consent agenda item number 9, Presbyterian Manners. I'll also pull number 10, simply to highlight. And I will also pull consent agenda item number 4, which is in regards to a private utility striking a sewer pipe. All right. Do I have a motion I will motion to approve all consent agenda items minus 4, 9, and 10.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. I'll go in order. Can we start with consent agenda item number 4 regarding the 21st Street and Topeka sewer repairs? Good morning, Gary. Can you tell us about this and also the estimated $60,000 in repairs that are projected?
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. We're expecting to have final costs from our contractor in the next 2 weeks. That is an estimate at this time. We are working with law department and we'll be filing a claim for reimbursement as soon as we can. After that, we have reason to believe that we've got a good cause for claim based on the information we have and what led up to that point. If I had to guess right now, I'd say we'd hope to have to know more in 60 days, probably, to hear back from them. Whether that means a final answer or not, I think it'll take a little bit of time, process the claim, to submit that and hear back from their side. So we'll continue pushing on that again. I think we've got good information. We've got good backing for this, that we estimate that we've got a good probability of receiving reimbursement on this claim.
Thank you, Gary. And again, this is the probable cause of this was a private utility striking the sewer pipe. Is that correct?
Correct. And it was done probably about 6 months ago, unbeknownst to us. Over the course of time, it opened up a section of the pipe. Some of the rains that we had, believe it or not, it has rained. The last time that it rained, it started to create some failure within the pavement there, which is what brought it to our attention. So we'll continue to pursue it.
Thank you, Gary. Any questions? I see none. I'll move to consent agenda item number 9. This is in regards to the $90 million in IRBs.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. I'm Tim Goodpasture with the City Manager's Office. The item with industrial revenue bonds, the issuance of industrial revenue bonds takes primarily 2 actions from the City Council. The first is an approval of a resolution of intent which sets a not to exceed amount for the industrial revenue bonds. This was accomplished in a public hearing on September 3rd with a vote of 7-0 to approve the resolution of intent. And that again was a public hearing. Then that is followed up secondarily with the actual issuance of bonds, which is done on a consent agenda in an amount at or below whatever the not to exceed amount was. And in this case, we're asking for the bonds to be issued in the $90 million amount. So today's action is just to issue the bonds.
And Tim, can you just remind folks about IRBs? This is not a loan by the city of Wichita.
That is correct. The Presbyterian Manor has already achieved its own financing through BC Ziegler Company out of Chicago. They will be underwriting the bonds. There's no taxpayer dollars in this. There's no taxpayer dollars at risk, and there is no money being transferred to the company from the city.
Thank you very much, Tim. And then last, consent agenda item number 10. This is second readings. If Jamie can explain what the changes now have been so that folks can better understand second reading ordinances.
Yes, Mayor. You had directed staff a couple weeks ago to add additional language on the actual listing of the second reading ordinances, which we did, just kind of simpler terms. And then at the agenda review on Friday, you asked staff to also add it on the agenda itself, which we did. I am working on trying to get the link. You had asked for a link to be added as well. I'm working on that. It's a little tricky with conversion to the PDF, but we'll see what we can do.
Thank you very much, Jamie, for that. Again, these were suggestions from community members to make it more transparent and easily understood when it comes to second reading of ordinances, in addition to an easy link so that you can see where the first discussion and first reading took place. So again, thank you for those changes. I will move to approve consent agenda items number 4, 9, and 10.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts dated September 16th, 2024.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. The Board of Bids and Contracts convened yesterday, September 16th, 2024, for the following items. We have for you for engineering, Ridge Road widening for Pearson Construction LLC in the amount of $195,957.50. We have the 2024 Dirt Streets Paving Tide for APAC Kansas Incorporated Shears Division in the amount of $424,270.55. We have the Water Distribution System, the padlock at 127th and Equestrian Estates Edition for Meese Construction Incorporated in the amount of $97,431. We have the downtown two-way street conversion surfacing for Conspec Incorporated DBA Kansas Paving in the amount of $1,200,000 negotiated within the engineer's estimate requested above the original bid. For purchasing, we have the trash containers and collection services various. We are requesting your authority to extend this for a period of 60 days, ending November 30th, 2024. We have one Caterpillar model, D4 bulldozer for Foley Industries in the amount of $294,000. And we have the Integrated Library System Service Agreement renewal for Innovative Interfaces Incorporated in the amount of $78,787.40. This is how to become a vendor with the city. These are our open public opportunities out on the street today. And I'd be happy to try to answer your questions. I recommend your approval.
Thank you, Josh. I will start off with this slide since it is up. Just wanted to remind the community that the winter shelter RFP went out on Friday, and as you can see, it closes on October 4th. And we're asking nonprofit organizations or any entity that can help run the emergency winter shelter starting November 28th through March 31st to please apply through purchasing. And again, that RFP is open at this moment. I will now ask you to move to slide number 6, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Can you tell us again which downtown streets these are, and also how the original bid being 1 million versus 1.2?
Sure. Paul?
Good morning, Mayor. Paul Gunselman with Public Works and Utilities. The streets that will be converted to two-way will be Main, Market, Emporia, and Topeka, between Kellogg and Murdoch. Some of those are partially converted already, but we'll finish those conversions, as well as English Street from Main to Emporia. And the difference between the $1,021,000 that Kansas Paving a bid versus our negotiating to the engineer's estimate at 1.2 million. As we do these, we're treating it like an outsourced pavement program project that we'll go in and do some base repair to the street and then do an overlay. And occasionally, once we get into the project, we'll find out that more base repair is needed than what we had quantities for. So it gives us a little bit of room to do some additional work.
And when is this expected to begin and end?
We are anticipating the work to begin next month, and we want to, as we get into the this phase of the project, we'll begin as soon as we can and get it done before the winter weather sets in, cold weather. This is a portion of the overall downtown two-way street conversion. We also have some traffic signal work that will be beginning, and we are targeting to get it all completed before the NCAA tournament in March.
Paul, just to clarify, the 1.2 million is maximum. We'll actually pay on unit.
As unit prices, yes, what we have, yes, correct.
Councilmember Johnston.
Paul, maybe you can answer this. Maybe Bob, you can answer this. What was the reasoning to change those from one-way to two-way? I'm old enough to remember when they were two-way, one-way, back and forth, back and forth. What was the reasoning?
It has, and that's part of the downtown master plan that has been completed. We have, as you know, Main Street has been partially converted. We converted Emporia a few years ago. William has also been converted to two-way in years past. So this is as part of that downtown master plan.
There was a lot of discussion about that, a lot of citizen feedback, and especially a feeling that the one-way street system is difficult for those who don't come downtown frequently or for visitors. And I think there was business support as well as community support for those changes. The only thing that was controversial was some changes proposed for Douglas, and those are, I think, somewhat on hold.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for staff? I see none. I move to approve the Board of Bids.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. The motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Petitions for public improvements.
Paul Gunselman, Public Works and Utilities. I have a few new and revised petitions for your consideration this morning. The signatures on the petitions represent 100% of the improvement districts, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. In our D addition, located in District 2, the project will provide water and paving improvements required for a new residential development. That is for Phase 3. Revised petition in our D addition, District 2 again. On June 1st, 2021, the City Council approved water and paving improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted revised petitions and revised budgets to reflect current market conditions. Revised petition for Dugan West Kellogg Commercial 3rd Edition, located in District 4. On July 13th, 2021, the City Council approved paving improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted a revised petition with a revised budget to meet current market conditions and to cover the cost of a private bid. And Cottonwood Creek Estates, again located in District 4. On December 26, 2023, the City Council approved drainage improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted a new petition with a revised budget to meet current market conditions. And it is recommended that the City Council approve the new and revised petitions and budgets, adopt the new and amending resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions for staff? I see none. I motion to approve the petition for public improvements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Change orders number 3 and 4 for the Wichita Waterworks project.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. The item before you this morning is a request for approval of change orders number 3 and 4 for Wichita Waterworks, our new water treatment plant that is scheduled to come online next April. I'll start off with some background on budget history and change orders to date. So back in 2019 was when the original design build contract and GMP were developed, just under $500 million. Since that time, we've had 2 change orders totaling about just under $2 million for a current contract amount just over $500 million. In March of this year, the City Council approved a revised project budget, adding $16 million for a current project budget total just shy of $570 million. Within that item and the discussion we had that day, included the expectation of these 2 change orders coming forward at this time, and so the funding would be in place to cover these 2. So I'll talk about details then, starting with change order number 3. So we had multiple items. I'll get to each one individually. Total cost for this change order is $1.27 million. It includes multiple items that we were, at the point in time when the GMP was developed, as things moved forward, as large, complex project, not unlike what we saw with change order number 2. There were some things that came to light, additional work that needed to be done to make sure that everything was done right when we get to the point of operating the plant. So there's 4 different items I'll talk about, again, with the total cost of $1.27 million. First item is an extension of the lime residual line. This is our lime farm at 29th and West Street, where the lime residuals from the treatment process, the water softening part of the process, goes to. The red line you see was the original plan. We made a decision after further evaluation, again during design, that we would extend the line as you see in blue. It'll better protect the lagoon system, provides better solids distribution, reduces dredging and maintenance issues in the future, and it's really essential for maintaining the current lime lagoon. So this will be a big benefit for us going forward. The next item, there's a lot of information, especially on this drawing, but this was something that we talked about a little bit with change order number 2. We have an existing 64-inch diameter pipe that currently brings raw water to our current water treatment plant. That line will be converted to a finished water line as our new treatment plant will continue pumping water through Hess Pump Station. There's a lot that goes into preparing that 64-inch diameter pipe to be ready for finished water. That's a plan that we're working on now with KDHE. To get that pipe ready to go, there's some pressure testing that needs to be done. It's got to be thoroughly cleaned and disinfected. There's got to be a place for that processed water that'll be produced to be disposed of. What you see here, this connection to the existing storm sewer and a reconstruction of some of that storm sewer will be utilized for disposal of that water. We will also use this in the future when that pipeline needs to be cleaned or maintained. This is all on the Hess campus. Again, as we moved forward originally with the project during development of the GMP, this was something that was kind of hard to see at the time, but came to light as we moved through the design and build process. This is a fairly minor item, but also part of change order number 3. Some of the piping work around the existing plant, getting us to Hess Pump Station, resulted in a realignment of Pine Street. We had to relocate some of the fence. This will provide better access around the site for staff. The last part of this, this is a pretty busy picture, but this is just west of our current treatment plant between that and Botanica. We had a scope, within the original scope was to put a liner pipe inside the existing pipe. It's having some leak issues, age, history of it. We knew we needed to upgrade that pipe. So that was part of the contract. We found that that pipe was not in the shape that we thought it was. There were some deflections that were unknown at the time of design and development. So only a portion of that project, of that part of the project, could be completed. Wichita Water Partners completed that work. We made a determination that the rest of it could not be done at this time, a 250 feet section. We had decided to just remove that from the contract. There was some additional costs for the part of the pipe that was lined because of the deflections, because of some additional open cutting and excavation that was needed. Staff made a decision, working together, both parties decided that the additional costs associated with the work that was done would be considered compensation for not finishing the project, this part of the project, the 250 feet. So there's no cost associated with this on this part of the change order. We were trading out the additional costs that for the work that got done for the pipe work that wasn't done. In the meantime, SIPTech came forward with a proposal to the city to line this section of pipe with their internal liner process. That is a contract that the City Council approved on April 16th of 2024 for them to move forward at no cost to the city. That work is planned to begin in October. That's really not a part of this change order, obviously, but wanted to let you know what was going to happen with that 250 feet of pipe that we were unable to get completed with this project. That was a lot of information on one piece of this, but I just want to let you know how that came about and why there's no cost associated with this, plus or minus, but it needed to be included in the change order. Moving on to change order number 4. Again, we talked about this back in March, but I wanted to kind of start from scratch again where we're at on this. This is a critical part of the project right now for us to be able to finish everything that we started when it comes to commissioning and startup and performance testing, which is a very important part of the process and where we're at, making sure this plant's going to do what we need it to do and be able to bring it online in April. So the original contract, when it was all put together in 2019, we contemplated between both parties completing all the testing at 30 million gallons per day. We did that for a variety of reasons, to try to save water at the time, to be able to get done sooner so that we could be done by now. The original completion date was actually today, September 17th, 2024. As we moved through the design, again, very complex project, and we started looking at the processes associated with the testing, both parties agreed that we needed to provide some testing at a higher level. The capacity of this plant is 120 million gallons per day. We made the decision, again, between both parties, that we really needed to complete some of the testing at half of that capacity so that we could prove out the redundancy part of this, so that we could lower our risk that would be there with 30 million gallon per day testing. Everybody decided at that point that we should move forward with testing at 60 million gallons per day. The challenge with that, drought aside, is we cannot provide that capacity of test water this time of year, right? Higher use months during the hotter seasons leads to moving everything, shifting everything into starting the testing in November through March. We see a lot less water use during those times. The costs you see before you today, there's 2 parts of it that I'll talk about, are for moving the commissioning and startup plan, performance testing, kind of use those terms together, all in the same, to start in November, complete in March and April. The first cost you see, just under $4.1 million, is for extended staffing, ongoing maintenance between substantial completion and final completion, continued training, extended bonds and insurance, and financing for extension of some level of retainage. So we've got retainage on the project as we go through with partial acceptance being issued today. That retainage will be reduced to an amount that correlates to the amount of work that's left, which is primarily the commissioning and startup. There is a deduct within that $4.1 million for some of the commissioning and startup that was originally planned within the contract, as that will not be done at this time. That cost is set. The second part of this is we've got warranties associated with over 200 subcontractors, thousands of pieces of equipment, lots of processes, very large facility, a lot of different things, minor components to major components. And so we had to figure out a best way to move the warranties forward also. The $1.75 million you see is suggested to be an allowance. What that does is we would plan to start all warranties today. So at a minimum, all warranties would extend to September 17th, 2026. Construction of the facility and most functional testing is complete. As I mentioned, substantial completion is recommended for issuance September 17th, today, the original contract completion date, with final completion on April 1st of 2025. We did evaluate multiple options for completion of the performance testing to be done after today, including the starting period for the 2-year warranties and reducing the retainage held. So what we did was look at ways to best minimize our risk versus the value that comes with those. This became necessary when we decided to move forward, recommend that we move forward for testing at 60 million gallons per day. We've got to keep those warranties in place. One option we looked at was a delay of the project to April 1st. The challenge with that is that puts a lot of risk on a lot of subcontractors and on the vendor themselves, and creates a situation where they've got to take a guess at costs that are going to be extremely high. The other option is to have all warranties just extend 2 years from today. The challenge with that is we've still got this testing to do and everything to prove out this plant through April. So we think there's value in being able to evaluate what all of these warranties look like for potential extension for another 7 months past April 1st, when the plant will be online. By creating this allowance for these warranties, which Water Partners will do, is they will gather costs from all of their vendors, all of their subs. Again, there's over 200 subcontractors on this project. Bring those to us within 60 days. We can evaluate those. We can make a decision based on our risk moving forward, whether we think it's worth the value to add another 7 months of warranty past April 1st. To give you a quick example, whether this is one or not, this is one that we've talked about. This is a large facility. You've been out and seen it. We've got multiple buildings compared to what we have now. There's a lot of doors and hardware. We will have a warranty associated with those. It's likely, whatever that cost is, it's probably not worth extending that another 7 months. We would probably make a recommendation and decision for that to just be 2 years past today. Not the best example, but that's a good idea of something that we would look at. By doing this as an allowance, again, this gives us this flexibility as opposed to locking in this price. So that $1.75 million is an estimated cost. Any excess cost for warranties, if we were to go above that, would be returned to the City Council for consideration and approval. Any unused portion of the allowance will accrue to the city's benefit. I might mention real quick before I move on from this slide that we have contemplated this extension of the commissioning and startup for some time. We started looking at this in early 2023. At the time, we had asked Wichita Water Partners to start considering what the schedule looks like and what the cost looks like. And during that conversation, we came to realize that trying to establish costs at that time would add considerable risk and ultimately more costs, not knowing exactly where we were going to be at this point and what that would look like. So there's value in waiting until now. We know exactly what we need. They know the people that are needed. We have been able to spend additional time looking at all of the scenarios for testing that goes into this project. And so these numbers are, I'm confident, are a lot better today than they would have been at that time. But this has been something we've been contemplating for quite some time. As you can imagine, everything that goes into this project, everything that we've talked about over time, it's been a considerable effort to get to this point. I think everything we're looking at today with this change order number 4 does minimize our risk, those of the public. It'll allow us to keep warranties in place. It allows us to get the testing done at a time that's going to have the least amount of impact on our water supply, as you know, is being impacted by the drought. Not the best timing for us to be doing this, but one of the benefits of continuing to move forward and bring this plant online, just a quick reminder, is this new plant will be able to treat groundwater unlike we can do now. Our current plant is limited on the amount of groundwater that it can treat. Ultimately, as we bring the new plant online and we shift to where we can treat more groundwater, that is going to provide more drought resiliency for us and provide a better ability to respond to the drought. So we've got to keep moving forward, and we're going to do everything we can to minimize that water use during the testing. The proposed change order brings the total contract amount to just over $509 million. And again, the funding is available in the existing project budget of just under $570 million that the council approved on March 5th. Proposed change orders to date total $8.9 million, or 1.8% of the original contract amount. I mention this every single time, and I appreciate you bearing with me, but I really applaud the efforts of so many people, and I think it's a testament to the approach, the design, progressive design build approach. It's pretty remarkable to be at this point in the project and be at less than 2% of the contract amount for change orders. If you look at projects like this across the country, whether this big or not, it's pretty unheard of to see that. So we're excited to be here at this point and ready to move forward. Last thing I wanted to show you is I had to break this up into 2 slides. We have since mid-year, when we had a discussion about the OTS contract and operational support, Mary, you had requested to make sure that we had information out there for the public to see what this project looks like from a cost perspective, everything we're doing financing. This is the top half of a sheet. This is included on our website right now, under where the project is included on our website. It shows everything that we've got in this project for costs as well as budget. If you look right about in the middle of that, you'll see these 2 change orders, the costs associated with that. You'll see the current contract amount we talked about of just over $509 million. If I go on to the next slide, this is the bottom half of that sheet. You'll recall there's a lot of costs within this project budget that are outside of the contract itself. We had the Evergy substation, we've got the art and aesthetics, land acquisition, Hess pump station piping, for a total project budget of just under $570 million. As with some of these projects, we've also got some operating costs, what would be outside the capital budget, if you will. That includes some things associated with WIFIA financing, outside counsel, and then that commissioning and startup support. So now we are currently at total all-in project budget of just under $574 million. With that, staff recommends City Council approve change orders number 3 and 4 and authorize the necessary signatures. I know that was a lot of information, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Gary. The board is lit up, so you have multiple questions, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Gary. You guys have been working on this hard for quite a few years, and it's good to see us coming up on the completion of it here. What's the expected life of the new lines, the storm sewer line and the lime line? Do we have to switch those out every 25 years, or?
I don't think so. I think with probably the material we're using, I mean, like anything else, it's going to require ongoing maintenance. But I think with the lime lines that we have now, we've been able to keep those maintained without significant cost for replacement over time.
Okay, appreciate that. Everything else went fine with the slip lining. I've been just kind of curious about how that's working out up until where we got the kinks in the line, I suppose.
Yeah, so when a line's that old over time, and a lot of repairs are made to it, sometimes our documentation of the work that's been done is not ideal. And so until you start exposing things and seeing what's happened, it's hard to know. So it doesn't take much of an offset when you're trying to slip one pipe inside of an old pipe. if something is moved much out of place, you can't get it to go through. So again, we had made the decision, got as far as we could with additional costs incurred before taking any more on. We decided we'll find a better way to take on the rest of the 250 feet, not knowing at the time or even thinking about the SIP-TEC approach. But once they came to us, I think it really made sense for the rest of the work to be done that way.
And yeah, I'm going to be curious to see how that
Yeah,
works out.
we expect the work to start in late October.
How many days are we going to be testing at 60 million gallons a day?
So right now, the estimation for testing at 60 MGD is only 5 days. Throughout the course of, again, probably over the last 18 months, certainly the last 12 months, there has been significant effort between staff, our owner's rep, Garver, and Wichita Water Partners, really grinding through the testing scenarios, especially looking at amounts of water and when those would be needed. 60 MGD is expected for 5 days. 45 MGD, somewhere in there, would be about 3 weeks. That's not necessarily every day, all day long, but during that course of time. Overall testing period is approximately 15 weeks. That includes some pre-testing up to the point where we're actually starting to run the plant. Everything beyond the 5 days, the 3 weeks at 45 MGD, everything beyond that will be 30 million gallons a day or less.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's unfortunate it's in the middle of a drought like it is, but I know we got to make sure that the plant's ready to go. We owe it to the taxpayers there. How confident are you in the 1.75 million, the estimate back on slide 33?
I think based on our conversations with Wichita Water Partners, I feel confident that that's going to be, we won't see a number higher than that. Again, there's a lot of parts here. There's a lot of people involved and a lot of contractors. I just would mention again, we started looking at this earlier, but we ran the risk of some big numbers being thrown at this if we took this on too soon, not knowing where we were going to be exactly at this point. So I think by issuing substantial completion today, by reducing the retainage on the project, what that does is it should give subcontractors a level of comfort of where we're at, that we're committed to moving forward with the project, and we believe that that's going to bring these prices in even better than we had anticipated. So there's some subcontractors that have been done on this project for some time, and in absence of doing what we're recommending today, they still have to hang on to the project, if you will, with bonds and insurance and everything else. They tie up their capacity to be able to go work on other projects, which we think is very important. But all of that said, coming together really should give us the best chance to stay under 1.75 million.
Okay, last question here. Do we have any other examples of the large-scale projects you're talking about that come in over the 1.8%? It sounds like a really good number.
Yeah.
I just wonder if we have any examples we can point to as far as change orders there.
So the last time I heard, the largest, one of the largest projects in the country is a $1.2 billion plant in Texas. And the last I had heard was they were around 10 to 12% on change orders. So larger scale project, a lot more going on. You could have more, but we'd hope most of the time by economy of scale, the bigger a project gets, the smaller it would be, but that's not necessarily true. So I can get you some more data, but that's the one that I have right now.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate that and push it out to the public just to let them know that we're looking out the best we can for the use of the taxpayers' funds.
Sure, and I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike stole most of my questions. But anyways, when you talked about the operating budget, that's the operating budget that we've been knowing was coming the whole time. That's not a new expense, correct? The $4,000 or the $4 million.
Correct. Within the confines of our overall rate structure, within that pro forma, as we talked about before, that was contemplated to be included within our operating budget, correct?
Okay, great. And I know that we've talked about it a little bit, but knowing that we're in the middle of a drought and testing that much water and dumping it, can you talk a little bit about what the plan will be after you've tested the water?
Thank you. I meant to mention that, so I appreciate you asking. I reached out to our team, our staff, our owner's rep, and Wichita Water Partners again late last week to ask them to dig in one more time and see if we can find a way to utilize some of that test water. As of right now, the test water would go to the floodway. It's right by the plant. And we're not burning it off. It's going to end up back downstream, which is, I realize, is not the point of your question. What we've asked them to look at, I'll give you an example at what we've talked about before at the Water Center, where we have treatment for Gilbert and Mosley, North Industrial Corridor contamination. That treated water, gray water, goes to the river. We have a standpipe there that Park Department can hook their trucks up to, fill their trucks up and go water trees and landscaping. We're going to look at maybe some option like that. Right now we have some challenges with access, even though construction is mostly done. With what's going to be happening with testing and commissioning and startup, it's going to be hard to get other people in there. However, we've talked about this before. I've asked the team to really dig in one more time and see if we've got any options at all, what the cost looks like, what the return on investment would be, whether it's temporary now or whether ideally it's something that can be done now and into the future. We don't expect over the course of time, once this plant is operating, that we're going to be dumping a lot of water. But there will be times, because of the redundancy built into this plant, allows us the ability to shut more parts of the system down for maintenance, for testing. We will have test water at that time, disposal water at that time. So to finish that thought, I'm working on it and hope to know more in the coming weeks.
Awesome. I think just with the conversations that I've had with people in the public, knowing that this is going to be coming on and that obviously we need to test it, even the fire department has some hoses that need to be tested. There's a lot of things that are just normal practices for us that, you know, probably we take for granted and haven't had to worry about too much in the past. So I think just being conscious, and if there's any opportunity for someone to fill up their rain barrel or whatever they would like to do, if we could make a point to try to figure something out, I think the public would appreciate it.
I'll make sure to let everyone know what we come up with. Hopefully we can, I don't know. I don't know.
We go canoeing or kayaking or tubing or something?
It's even with what feels like a lot of water, it's going to be pretty negligible compared to the size of the floodway. I don't think most people would even notice when it's happening. But regardless of that, we'll keep working on it, and we'll let you know if we come up with something that's viable.
I think the pushback is just going to be that we're trying to encourage people to regulate when they're using water, and even though this is something that we have to do, just the optics of it is maybe not the best, but
I understand.
know we have to do it.
We couldn't have any worse timing in that regards of trying to bring this new water treatment plant online. But I would just mention one more time, and I'm sorry to belabor this, but there is so much value in our drought response plan and our drought resiliency to have this plant up and running. So we got to push through, and I know you know that. We'll keep looking at what we can do with that test water, and I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you to you and all of your team. Councilmember Holeisel also stole my questions, so might kind of flip it a little bit more into a couple comments, but we had some prior discussions about this, and there's over 200 subcontractors. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Yeah, and I know Councilmember Holeisel asked that, you know, this would be beneficial for them to be able to, you know, not have to continue their contract with us. But just wanted to make the highlight that many of them, and we've tried, and it's been a very conscious effort, can't say many, but we've certainly focused on women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, and small businesses, correct?
Correct.
So this would be the most beneficial for our partners on this project, our subcontractors.
It would.
Okay.
I would mention again, there's a lot of things that happen starting today with substantial completion being issued, reduction of the retainage, and allowing a lot of those businesses to kind of free some things up, including cost, capacity, resources, the ability to move on. There's smaller contractors only have so much bonding capacity. And if they've still got it tied up in this project for 6.5 months, that really puts a damper on what they're able to do.
Okay, thank you. And then I was so proud of myself. Math is hard for me, but I did the 1.8% for the change orders, and then I saw it in your presentation. But just to highlight, it was 0.4% before this. So I just think that's amazing. And I was going to ask too, across the nation, you know, how do we fare? That just shows the quality of work that your team, and our partners have done in this project. And while I'll be in office, this may be one of the projects that I'm the most proud to be a part of. Got to see it from dirt to done. So it's going to be really exciting in a couple of weeks when we do the ribbon cutting. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary, I still have some heartburn about the extended warranties. So if you did not extend the warranties, would those 200 contractors, subcontractors get the retainage, I guess, tomorrow?
That's plausible, sure. Not all of them, because we still have to complete the performance and acceptance testing through April. There's still warranty that has to hang on as part of that. So all the contractors that are involved with that are still going to be on the hook till April. Some of them, depending on, it's possible that they could, and they still will now. What I would mention to you real quick, for us, and again, we're going to do everything we can to try to make sure that number comes in at a good place. I think this approach is really a good one and allows a lot of flexibility for us to be able to balance risk versus value. In my mind, on this nearly $600 million project, $1.75 million is a really good insurance policy since we've come this far, and to make sure, if that's where we end up, that we get a full 2 years of warranty past April 1st when all of the testing is complete. We know this plan is running and doing what we need it to do.
Okay, just to be clear, that's April 1st of 2026.
That's April 1st of 2025 at final acceptance.
Right.
When
The extended warranty would be...
The extended warranties, we would look to go to April 1st of 2027, 2 years past next April. All of the warranties, pending your recommendation today and approval of this item, all of the warranties will start today. This item for $1.75 million would be utilized to see which warranties we want to extend for 2 years past April 1st, 2025 to April 1st, 2027. Some warranties, maybe a lot of them, would be an additional 7 months, effectively 31 months.
Okay. So right now, if we don't extend it, we'll still get 1 year.
2 years. We'll still get 24 months of warranty from today with all warranties.
Okay,
At a minimum,
still get 2 years.
At
So-
a minimum, all warranties will go to September 17th, 2026.
So the extra warranty's on the back end.
The extra warranty's on the back end.
I have a problem that usually if something goes wrong in the beginning, first year and a half, first year. So
I can tell you with my history of working on projects, just for what it's worth, council member, I agree. If that's something I buy at home, that'll happen. Hopefully that happens. I can't tell you how many times, we have a 2-year warranty. It's pretty standard on most of our projects. You'd be amazed how many things go wrong on month 26 or 28. Now, and I'm not trying to talk you into it. I just don't know that we've necessarily seen that. It could very well happen after we get through 2 years of running the plant, things are going well. So it's something we need to balance. That's why we've offered this approach to the flexibility for that additional 7 months.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I have several questions. I'll start with, you mentioned that the schedule back in 2023 for testing, that's when you guys started talking about when should we do testing. At what point did we figure out that we would not hit the September 17th, 2024 mark of actually finishing the project?
Well, and just so it would be clear, this was probably contemplated back even before 2023, looking at the idea of can we provide, when we made the decision, probably some point in design, I would guess it was before 2023 for sure, that the redundancy that we're building into this plant, which we don't have now, which means that we can be a lot more resilient to any issues that might come up. We can keep the plant running if something goes down for maintenance. We made a decision that to truly test that out, we needed to be at the half of the capacity of the plant, 60 million gallons a day. Even though it may only be for 5 days, we realized we could not provide that kind of water, drought excluded, during that leading up to September 17th. So I just want to be clear that this is not an issue of not being able to finish. This became all about water availability during that period of time. We've known since early 2023 this is what we wanted to do. It's just taken a lot to get to this point. And the main reason I would mention again why we didn't resolve it then is because trying to take a stab at costs 18 months ago of what it looks like right now, we would have added significant cost to what we're looking at today. So this is a matter of shifting, and I just wanted to be very clear that it wasn't that we couldn't make this work. We would have had to have stuck with testing at 30 million gallons per day. We think that introduced way too much risk for us to be able to make a decision of how this plan is truly working before we bring it online.
So my question then, follow-up to that would be, when original plans back in 2019 was 30 million gallons per day, was that industry standard, 30 million gallons per day, and then now we've decided it's 60 million gallons?
I think that was probably part of the discussion. I wasn't involved at that time, but the discussions I've had since then. Based on the timing of when we were starting, and I can also tell you too, the way some of these projects go, especially when they're going to be a long duration. As we moved forward and the WIFIA funding and the SRF funding we've talked about, the timing was right, then we had to move forward. We also were looking at, as we started moving forward, dealing with the impacts of the pandemic, what that would do for costs, inflationary impact, supply chain. It was necessary to move forward on a timeline that would wrap up now. But we also thought, looking at industry standards, looking at what we thought we knew best on both sides, that we could test at 30 million gallons a day in an effort to save water and also be able to complete by September. You know, in hindsight, if we went back in time, we probably would have started off with this whole notion of testing at 60 MGD, and everything we're talking about today would have been included in the contract, and it would have completed in April. And I think it's likely that the cost would have been higher because we would have been trying to contemplate a cost for that 5 years ago. Hopefully that helped to answer your question.
I'm just trying to give community, I guess, some sort of timeline. And if we met, or not we, if Wichita Water Partners met their expectation or their deadline, or was it just, again, we're not fully operational until April 1st of 2025. What did we promise community back when we broke ground as a city? What did we say it was going to be?
I think back when the project started, we talked about late 2024, but it acknowledged that it's a long time frame. There's a lot to be done here. As we've gone through the course of the project, at least we've tried with our messaging to talk about that may shift some. And we started talking about in early 2023 what this water availability impact looks like. So I can't tell you that we've had everything out there that says April 1st. I can tell you for the last 6 months, and anything that I've been on the speaking tour for the drought, and we've talked about that being April 1st. So I think we've got a lot of information out there to the community that does talk about this shift.
And last question is really about the treating of groundwater. I think that this is really important to make mention of why this new water treatment plant is unique and will be much more helpful. Can you talk about the current method of treating groundwater versus the future method of treating groundwater capacity, as well as the equus beds, how full they are and how that will be impacted?
Sure. So our current treatment plant being built in 1939, the technology at the time, and even the upgrades since then, we were limited on the amount of groundwater that we can treat. Historically, our blend of water is 55% from Cheney surface water, 45% from the equus beds. I would try to explain the technical stuff to you, but I wouldn't get it right. So I'll just tell you this. Because of how our plant was built, the way it's designed, the treatment process, if we try to run more groundwater than that through our current plant, we will run into problems with our filters in particular, and we could ultimately face issues that could lead to a boil water advisory because of the impact to water quality. Don't want to do that. And that's not been an issue for us because we've been able to keep that blend. With this new plant, theoretically, at some point in time, if we needed to, based on water availability, late years of a drought, we could treat 100% groundwater. We won't start out that way. We will start out probably a similar blend that we have now, 50-50, spend some time seeing how that works. And especially depending on where the drought is at, in a perfect world, we'd balance that, right? Our water rights are about the same from both sources. But as we move forward, especially if the drought continues, we will move towards treating more groundwater. New technology within this plant treatment processes allows us to do that without any risk introduced. The Equus beds is currently 94% full, which is really, really good. So you hear about groundwater issues across the state, especially in the Ogallala and western Kansas, has been struggling for a long time due to lack of precipitation, over-appropriation. Equus beds is more naturally recharging than a lot of the groundwater across the state as far as the aquifers are concerned. So we're really fortunate in that regards. Most importantly is our Aquifer Storage and Recovery Project, ASR, and what it has done for the overall health of the aquifer over time. With this drought, we haven't seen a lot of high water in the Little Arkansas River, but every time there is, we capture that water, we treat it, we put it back into the ground. That is helping keep that aquifer almost full, and we will continue to do that. So the aquifer is in great shape for us to be able to start taking more water from there as we move forward.
Thank you, Gary. I see no further questions for staff. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no individuals coming forward for public comment. We will bring it back to the bench. Any individual who is passionate about this that wants to make a motion?
I move to approve the change order number 3 and 4 and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a substitute motion to approve change order number 3 and number 4 with the exception of the extended warranties allowance of up to $1.75 million.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Can we again have Gary come up for just 1 second to remind us what that could have been versus what it is right now with the 1.7? And if it is not all utilized, how it will be recaptured, whether into the project or back to the city budget? I think you mentioned a little bit about it, but not
Right.
if
So,
it's not spent.
just to be clear, in the event that we would happen to exceed the $1.75 million, which I do not think is likely, we would have to come back to the city council for approval of any cost above that. Anything that underneath that amount that we decide is not worth the cost versus the risk moving forward, it effectively stays within the project budget. It's just encumbered back to the city, if you will. It's unused.
And can you tell us if the warranties were not or the 1.7 million or the warranty extension, if they're not approved right now, what is the risk to the city and taxpayers?
So right now, effectively, if that part does not move forward, all warranties, most of all of the warranties, except for the part associated with performance testing, starting today would continue through September 17th 2026, 2 years. With approval of the estimated $1.75 million, the allowance, that could extend the warranties that we so choose to go through April 1st of 2027, which would be 2 years from final completion on April 1st of 2025. We think we need to evaluate all of the warranties and see which one. There are some that I'm certain need to move forward. Major components, larger parts of the plant. We're not going to be done testing this plant and making sure it's doing everything we need it to do and making spec water until April 1st when we bring it online. There's a lot of value in having those warranties continue 2 years from that point, in our opinion, even if that means the full cost of $1.75 million. It's a small insurance policy on a $600 million project at this point.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. This is for the clerk. I notice on the board it says that Councilmember Johnston made the motion and then I seconded. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware I did not second that motion. I seconded the original motion.
Correct. There's no second to Councilmember Johnston's motion.
Thank you.
One more follow-up question. Again, can you just be very clear in saying what is the risk to taxpayers if this warranty, possible warranty, is not extended? As you just said, this is a small insurance policy. So again, what is the risk to the taxpayer?
Without the $1.75 million added in and the ability to extend warranties to April 1st of 2027, the risk is come September 17th, 2026, we will only have had everything to do with this plant under warranty for 17 months. We think it's an industry standard. It's something that we think works well. It's there for a reason, that 2 years. It makes a lot of sense to get to the end of performance testing, make sure the plant's operating and running the way we need it to. Plants built and constructed, we've done some functional testing. There's a lot that's going to happen between here and April to prove out this plant and make sure it's going to provide what we need for many generations to come. I think there's a lot of value in having the opportunity to extend that additional 7 months. So what that really does is give us a full 2 years past the completion of performance testing.
Gary, to help address the mayor's question, can you identify one of the more complex systems and how much that could cost us if there was a malfunction during the outside the warranty period?
I don't know if I can give you a specific number, but if you look at things like our solids contact clarifiers, the large tanks, 130 feet in diameter, some of the largest in the country, the operators associated with those, we've done some functional testing with, but we need, on something like that, we need to make sure that we have utilized that we've run it through its paces, that we're operating the plant. You know, I think you could, on larger components, if we don't have a warranty on them and something goes wrong, as big as this plant is and the complex as it is, you could probably get to $500,000, $1 million pretty quick on any one component, depending on what it is. I wish we could fully identify the risk of knowing what happens between 24 months and 31 months. There are so many parts and pieces to this, it's almost impossible. We believe that $1.75 million is well worth it to get us 2 years past performance and acceptance testing.
I see Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Keep in mind that it's going to be taxpayers, water users that are going to pay that $1.75 million. As Gary said, if something goes wrong, it could cost up to $500,000. Well, if we don't spend $1.75, we got that 3 times, that $500,000 to fix 3 things that could break $500,000 each. So that's why I'm going to be voting against this. I'm for everything. I think they've done a great job with the water treatment plant, putting it together. I'm just not for extending the warranty another 6.5 months. Basically, it's from, just to remind you, it's from September 17th, 2026 to April 1st of 2027. we still have majority of that, 3/4 of that warranty in force. So that's why I may be voting against it. So thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary, I know that this would be a request 2 years in advance, so try to remember this. But if we were to move forward with the original motion, I'd be interested in a recap of when we had to implement warranties, when we had to utilize warranties as well, and kind of a cost-benefit analysis. So I know it's many years in future, but I think that would just be helpful for future conversations. And then to that end, I know this is one of the largest projects, or the largest project we've had in the city's history. Have there been other large projects where we have implemented warranties and utilized them up to their full length? And that may be more of a question for other departments. It may not be yours, but.
I can tell you, based on just even my history of dealing with infrastructure projects, we absolutely have. This 2-year warranty, again, is an industry standard. It makes a lot of sense when you evaluate infrastructure. It's quite possible, to Councilmember Johnston's point, if something's going to go wrong, you would expect it to happen within the first 2 years. Whether that happens between month 17 and month 24 is hard to say, but I can tell you over the course of even on smaller projects, we've had to go to the bonding company to call on the bond for the full warranty for projects. We've had contractors, this isn't going to be the case here, so it's not the best example. We've had contractors that have defaulted and gone out of business. But we've had defects on projects where the warranty came into play, where we had to go to the bonding company. I will tell you what happens in those situations. It is not good for a contractor to have their bond called on. So if we have to go to that point, it's pretty amazing how quick contractors move at that point to correct a defect, knowing that we have reached out to the bonding company also. So that provides some additional leverage and lowers our risk just in and of itself.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary, I appreciate you explaining all that. My personal opinion is I think it's irresponsible to not extend the warranties. This is a $500 million project, and it would be the one time that we don't extend it. I think you realize that it's taxpayer dollars, but I could also see it going the other way too, and I think all the safety nets are incredibly important for a project of this size. So I will be supporting it.
I see no further individuals wanting to speak, so we have a motion but no second, so that motion fails. We're back to the original motion by Vice Mayor Ballard, a second by Councilmember Tuttle. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-1. Can we take a 10-minute break and return at 11:40 a.m.? City Manager.
Is it possible that we could do it at 11:45-ish? Because we'd have a reason then.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We are continuing with the council meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the next roll. Please call the next item.
2024 Public Art Maintenance.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. I'll try to go fast so you can get to this break. Lindsay Banaka, Director of Arts and Cultural Services with the City Manager's Office. I'm here with a couple different projects that fall under our public art maintenance projects. A little bit of background. The 10-year CIP program contains a project line item that addresses the art maintenance, specifically for our public art collection, included but not limited to repairs, restoration, treatments, and preventative maintenance works to artworks within the collection. Our Design Council, which oversees the Person for Art program, has designated $160,000 in art maintenance for 2024's budget pursuant to the Public Art Ordinance. That stipulates specifically the ordinance has a cap at 10% of that fund to be used for art maintenance. The $160,000 that was allocated this year is that max 10% cap. A little bit more background. Past Matters Incorporated is our conservation service that provides an assessment and annual maintenance for a collection, and they've been our conservator since 2019, and we recently renewed their contract with us. They've performed assessments and they submitted a priority matrix for maintenance to the division staff in fall of 2022. That was kind of a pivotal point for us as we had recently hired our first time public art manager, and we've since done a full assessment and collection archive to really make sure we know what we have and making a plan for maintenance of those works. And in that report that we received at the end of 2022, there are 15 works of art identified for repair and restoration treatment beyond what the annual maintenance could accommodate. A summary of the condition assessments of the selection of the artworks that we're looking at for today's agenda item are included in your packet, including 4 specific projects that we're hoping to address. One of those projects is Prairie Transitions, which is located just outside of City Hall. This is a Core 10 sizable sculpture of steel, and it has a variety of metal deformations that we're trying to work on and remediate. There's some suspect of water damage that we're trying to get a hold of and trying to get to the bottom of, but we're looking at doing some conservation work to make sure that piece that's been installed, it was installed in 1977, that we can keep it for another 40 or so years. The next work that we're trying to assess in this project is Heritage Pole. This is the totem pole that's found outside of the Mid-America All-Indian Museum. There is some extensive cracking and wood rot within the totem pole itself that we're trying to work on. There is some records from 2010 when last restoration work was done, and it's since received some significant weathering that we would like to address as well. The next project is Lotus Flowers. We have 8 of these steel structures that are currently in storage right now. These are floating lotus sculptures. They're quite sizable and 4 to 8 feet in diameter that used to reside in Riverside Park's pond. They were since pulled from the pond because the flotation devices failed after a course of several years of being floating. So we're working with the original fabricator on this, who has had a test lotus in a pool somewhere in Wichita for the last year, making sure that flotation device is now working in full order. They're very confident that they've remediated what the initial failure was, and we're hoping to get those restored and back into the ponds this year. And then the 4th project is the floral mosaic water wall right across from Ambassador Hotel. There's a series of these mosaic murals around the parking garage. It was part of a beautification project many years ago, but the water wall itself has had some significant tile loss. We're estimating about 1,000 tiles. They are very small tiles, have fallen off due to some different conditions, and the grout has worn away. So artist Tina Morano is the original artist for this project. We were hoping to put her back on contract to get these back to where they need to be. And finally, some analysis of where we are. Art maintenance, including repairs, restoration, and preventative maintenance, are required to prevent further damage and deterioration to permanently sited works and artworks currently in storage requiring maintenance for resiting. We are really aggressively trying to make sure that anything that's in storage, we have a maintenance and siting plan to get it back into the public lens. The original artist and fabricator has been, we are hoping to contract with them in today's agenda item to repair the lotus flowers and the floral mosaic water wall. Industry standard is there's a first right of refusal, or I would say a sole source when you have the original artist who's still alive and able to work on the project. Their industry standard is to contract with them to do the work. And division staff are in consultation with Past Matters, Inc. on the restoration efforts at Heritage Pole and Prairie Transitions. Both of those have some specialty sides of it. Our conservator is actually here right now in Wichita performing our annual maintenance and is available for questions if you have any for her. But she's going to guide us through those projects that, if the projects come back at over the $50,000 range, we'll be bringing them back to you for contracting. But she's here in town helping to advise us on what the best approach is for those restorations of those 2 works. For financial considerations, again, it was included in the CIP project for the 10-year analysis with $160,000 in general obligation bond funding for art maintenance for 2024. Legal considerations, the law department has reviewed and approved the bonding resolution and contracts as to form. And staff recommend approval of the project, adopt the bonding resolution, approve the selection of Morano Studios and Atwood Studios, and authorize the necessary signatures. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. I have multiple questions, but I don't see any from the council, so I will start. First and foremost, I wanted to start with the 10% of the CIP art funds may be allocated for art maintenance. Can that be increased?
Without an ordinance change, I don't believe it can.
So for me, I feel like we have a lot of really beautiful public art pieces. I saw many of them in storage right now, and I believe that they're for the public good, and so the public should be able to see them and feel good that it's an investment that the city made. So I would like to ask city manager how to move forward with, if we already have allocated funds in the CIP for arts, but only 10% can be used for maintenance, how can we, what's the next step in order to actually take care of what we have, which is maintenance, instead of always considering something new?
Sure. Council, Mayor, you have two options. One is to revise your policy in that regard. You'd probably take it back to the design council with your concerns and ask them to review that issue. The other would be to simply have a new CIP project that you would put into the CIP in the future to allocate more dollars for maintenance.
If I may also add, we do have some general maintenance funding within our general operating budget for division staff. It's a much smaller amount, but we do tackle regular maintenance on a routine basis out of our general operating fund as well.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I was waiting till you got done, but I just want to go on record to advocate for a new CIP line item rather than take away the dollars for new art. We've seen some beautiful additions to our city, and I'd hate to see that go away. We do need to maintain what we have, but I think that could be a CIP item.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I concur. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now slide number 43, I believe. So this would be the prairie transitions. It says here that metal deformation was due to freeze and thaw. Maybe this is more of a staff or a recommended action or a staff direction. When we think about public art, can we take that into consideration? Our harsh climate, sometimes the freezing, the thawing can be very different for public art pieces. So moving forward, I know that this piece was built in 1977, but moving forward, making sure that that is a consideration because of the type of weather we have.
Absolutely. I'll just offer Core 10 is an extremely durable material to work with, and it's very commonly used in lots of climates. The water damage that we're suspect is due to landscaping, that chronic sprinklers that are hitting it. We want to make sure that we're working with our landscaping to make sure it's not hitting it on a routine basis. But the general freeze and thaw that we see throughout the year, we're going to see it over time. 1977 to now, we've had a good longevity out of it, but we want to make sure we're maintaining it routinely so that we prevent further decay and further deterioration. But we are working with the landscaping around it to make sure that if water does seep in, that one, it's sealed appropriately so it can handle that water, but if we can redirect the water from hitting it, we want to do that. So that's something that we're looking at with landscaping.
Slide number 45, the lotus flowers. I did get to see them at Century 2, the basement of Century 2, and you said that there are 8 of them. Again, where will they be housed, and is it a permanent place that it has to be at Riverside Pond?
That's a great question. We've definitely been exploring that internally. There are 8 of them. They are quite large. You can kind of see in the background of this picture even the amount of space that they take up. The intent would be to put them back in their original location, but the design council, they could advise us to resite things elsewhere. We've explored some different options along the river with what Exploration Place has going on. There's a reflection pool there that could be really cool. I think we always try to follow original intent whenever we can. That's usually the priority, but our design council could advise us. Otherwise, right now our priority is getting them back in the public lens first and foremost, but if there are recommendations for where they should be sited or if we want to break them up, we would definitely entertain those.
I think they're very beautiful, and again, I appreciate that they're now getting restored. The reason why I brought that up was because the amphitheater is opening up this weekend at Exploration Place, and the focal point is going to be the Keeper of the Plains. So many eyes are going to be on the river, and I just thought if the location was already set in stone, I won't touch it. I just wanted to make sure that consideration for another location was also available.
Absolutely.
And then the last one is slide number 46, the waterfall. Given that we're in a drought right now, can we be very cognizant that moving forward, any public art takes that into consideration? We have some fountains that are also beautiful, but have not been operational since 2023 because of the drought, and I don't believe that it's responsible to have public art that doesn't take the drought into consideration. Even if the drought gets eliminated and we have plentiful water, I think it's something that Vice Mayor Ballard has always advocated for, conservation. And so if that can be a consideration moving forward, that public art that doesn't require water would be prudent.
Sure, that could definitely be advised by or relayed to the design council who ultimately makes our public art decisions. Just to reiterate something you just said is our decorative fountains, of which this would be considered one, have not been operational throughout the duration of the drought.
And then, sorry, one last thing. Also in the storage, one of our community members mentioned the Joan of Arc statue, which is the second one. There's one in front of the former Central Library. The second one is still in storage. Where does that stand in terms of maintenance and bring it back to the public eye?
Sure. So the one you're referencing that's in storage is actually the original donation. The one that's on display currently in front of the former library is the replica. The original was determined to not be good for our outdoor harsh weather conditions, so it was pulled and we put a replica out front of the library. So that piece is still in storage. It requires some minimal maintenance, of which our conservators in town right now. It'll be completed within the next 30 days. We are looking at options for resiting it in the interior of a city facility. We do need to figure out a plinth or kind of a pedestal to put it on to make sure it's displayed safely, but we hope to do that by the end of this year.
Thank you very much, Lindsay, and thank you for your entire team in evaluating, and I would love to see the 15 pieces in that matrix, if you could send that to us.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I will say about half of them have been completed. We were able to address them through regular maintenance, but would be happy to.
Thank you. I see no further questions for staff. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no public comment. We'll bring it back to the bench. I will move to approve the 2024 public art maintenance.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will now take the 10-minute break. Or no, 5 minutes. Okay, we will wait till noon. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
2025 Group Health, Vision, and Dental Insurance Premiums.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I am Heather St. Pierre, Department of Finance. I'm here to discuss proposed group health, vision, and dental insurance premiums for 2025. A little bit of background. Our employee group health plans are self-insured by the City of Wichita. Prescription and vision coverage are included in group health, and those are funded by both employees and the city itself. Dental, however, is 100% employee funded. Annually, we do come before City Council and ask for your approval of the premium rates for all of our programs. Good news is the city's group plan remains highly efficient. Actual membership claims costs represent 95% of our total program expenses. Stop-loss premiums and administrative costs make up the remaining 5%. IMA is the city's contracted benefits consultant, and they work closely with staff and the Health Insurance Advisory Committee to analyze data and set our premium rates. Industry-wide expenditure trends are increasing anywhere from 6% to 9%, but a 5% premium increase is recommended for 2025 group health rates for the city of Wichita, with rates for dental remaining flat. Staff collaborates with employee representatives on the Health Insurance Advisory Committee, or HIAC, to review the proposed premiums. Again, this year, HIAC reviewed the group health plan recommendations and supports the rate proposal of a 5% increase. They are also recommending adding implant coverage to the traditional dental plan. Our membership that is on a family health plan can expect increases varying from $6.72 to $21.30 per month. Members on a single plan will be seeing increases of $2.24 to $7.12 per month. Dental monthly premiums will remain the same for 2025. Staff recommends approval of the 2025 health, vision, and dental premiums, along with the inclusion of implant coverage on the traditional dental plan. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate the info here. Can we go back to slide 57, please?
Sure. Oops, sorry.
I put you under the gun here.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, 58, I apologize.
58? Sure.
Okay, I see the $7 a month expected increase. Where do we get that $21 a month expected increase?
On the family health plan, it should be, is it under the premium?
Okay, under the premium, okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Sure.
This went before the Employees Board?
Yes, the Health Insurance Advisory Committee. It is comprised of a membership from Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 5, the International Association of Firefighters Local 135, the Service Employees International Local 513, a Teamsters Union Local 795, a membership from Employees Council, pension management staff, human resources staff, and finance staff.
Okay, what was the vote?
Everybody was in agreement with the 5% increase.
Unanimous? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just have a couple of comments.
Sure.
I'll start off with thank you for providing that implant coverage. My father had to get implants himself, and I know how costly they can be, especially for our older citizens. So thank you for adding that for our employees.
Sure.
I wanted to just highlight the benefits of working for the city. Can you just talk about, I know that not everyone has this except for the council members, but can you break down the city's costs versus the employees' costs so that people understand the investment we make in each of the 3,000 employees who work for the city of Wichita?
Absolutely. Currently, the city's cost for a single premium individual is $585.74 per month, per member per month. On the family, that's $1,747.98 per member per month. On the select, it is $570.78. And again, on the family, it's $1,702.46. The employee cost currently on the single premium is $142.36. On the family, it is $426.10. On the select for a single, it is $44.94. And on the family, it is $134.48 per month. The city proposed 2025 rate for the single will go up to $615.02 per member per month. On the family, $1,835.38 per month. On the select, for the single in 2025, the city's cost will be $599.32. And on a family, $1,787.58. The employee's proposed rates for the premium single will be $149.48. For the family, it will be $447.40. And on the select for a single, it will be $47.18. And on the family for the employee, it will be $141.20 per month.
And maybe this is more a question for the city manager to address. The city of Wichita invests in benefits, and one of the biggest selling points of working for the city is its benefits. Can you share, I know that Heather went line item by line item, but the type of investment that the city makes in benefits to employees?
Thank you, Mayor. I hope I don't mix or mess this up, but not only do we make the investments that Heather just described on health insurance, we also have a pretty robust pension system, and the city contributes significantly to that for all of our employees. We have multiple pension systems. We also have, I think, fairly liberal leave policies that provide vacation, especially based on seniority, and of course, any overtime, which any employer would have. What else am I missing? Those are the major benefits that we have for our employees. I'm sure I'm missing something. Yeah, we also have a deferred comp program where we'll provide some match for deferred compensation.
Thank you very much. And again, wichita.gov/jobs is the place where if people want to work for the city of Wichita and work for the citizens of Wichita, it's an opportunity for them. And thank you again, Heather, for taking care of the benefit side of the compensation package.
Of course.
So,
and I'm a
thank you.
proud third-generation City of Wichita employee.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I also just wanted to highlight, City Manager, that we also have MPAC, which is a program for our employees to be able to receive mental health, behavioral health services if they need it. So I think that's something that's really important for the community to highlight. Heather, thank you for your presentation. Thank you to IMA for being a great partner with us. We appreciate it. I wanted to thank the Health Insurance Advisory Committee, also staff in finance and HR. This is extremely important, as we mentioned, as a recruitment and retention tool for our employees. We can't always pay them what the industry standard would be in the private sector, but this is one way that we can help ensure that we're taking care of our team members. And then finally, just for my colleagues who have been here for a bit and for the community, I can vote on this item this year, so I will be able to vote for the first time in 5 years. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can also build on what Councilmember Tuttle said, in this competitive environment that we have, we do want to be an employer of choice. And part of that equation comes in terms of the benefits that we provide, as well as competitive wages and hopefully a good work culture. So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now open it up for public comment. No one from the public? So I will motion to approve the group health, vision, and dental premium rates for 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will now take a break.
Mayor, one favor, if you don't mind. The library board starts their meeting at noon, and so the library director has asked if you could to take item number 9, and then I think it would be a great time to take a break after that.
Yes, we will take item number 9.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, I think you need a motion to take the item out of. Right.
That is correct. Thank you, Manager. We would need a motion to take the item out of order. If you could make that motion, Vice Mayor.
I move to take the item out of order.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Oh, clerk, open the roll. Thank you.
Okay, so the next item is guaranteed maximum price amendment, Alford, Angelou, and Rockwell Library renovations.
Thank you so much for your graciousness. I'm Jamie Nix with the Wichita Public Library. On June 18th of '24, council approved a design-build agreement with Hutton to engage in project renovations for Alford, Angelou, Rockwell branch libraries. It's a design and construct project. The first phase of design is complete, and we've approved the plans for Rockwell, Alford, and Angelou. Prior to moving forward with the construction phase, however, we have a guaranteed maximum price amendment that needs to be established so that the project does not exceed the GMP, the dates of substantial completion and final acceptance, and it confirms the city's desire to proceed with the project. So this chart includes the location, the GMP, the maximum price for the project, the substantial completion date, and the final acceptance dates. The guaranteed maximum price for these projects is $5,985,359. That includes construction, furniture, fixtures, equipment, public art, and signage. We have a bunch of funding sources, thankfully, with incredible support from our community, and the total amount of $6,627,864. The Law Department has reviewed and approved the amendment as to form, and the recommendation is that City Council approve the GMP amendment for the design-build contract with Hutton Corporation and authorize the necessary signatures. Any questions?
Any questions for staff? I see none. We will open it up for public comment. I see no one from the audience wanting to speak. We'll bring it back to the bench. And I'll just say that I'm really happy that we had a report from you last week on Friday. And I like that we're doing intentional investments into District 1 through Maya Angelou, another District 1 Rockwell, and District 4 in Alford. So thank you. I will motion to approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment to original design-build agreement.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Mayor, you can just call a recess of this meeting.
We'll call a recess of 10 minutes. We'll return at 12:10.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Patrol East Police Station equipment.
Morning, Mayor and City Council. Is this on? I'm Captain Cooley with the Wichita Police Department. We have the Wichita Patrol East building, the new Patrol East building. It was a 10.5 roughly project, 9.2 of ARPA, $1 million in GEO funds, and 375 of public art. The station officially opened April 15th of this year, and it replaced the obsolete station at Kellogg and Edgemore. Here's the old Patrol East station, the lobby there on the left where citizens had to go in, 3 chairs and wait. That door is a holding cell. And the picture on the right is the old squad room. The picture on the left is one of the officers' workroom, the only officers' workroom they had for 3 seats. The picture on the right is the old locker room. The finished project at the new Patrol East station, that's pictures of the ribbon cutting. These are some of the pictures of the interior. On the right is the new lobby where citizens can wait and contact officers. The bottom picture is the officers' workroom. Top picture is the new squad room. That's actually a community event being housed there by some of the community members. And then the picture on the left is some of the softer seating we placed in there for the officers. To maximize the utility of the station and accommodate for technology modifications and advancement, additional funding is being requested. Building access control and cameras to enhance transparency and safety of the officers and the public. The radio signal repeater to improve connectivity and communication capacity. That's in the new holding cell, which we also doubled as our FEMA shelter. FEMA shelter is what's causing the radio communication issues. The additional administrative cost and transitioning to a less water invasive landscape due to the drought. So each year there's funding provided for maintenance for police facilities. There's a total of $400,000 remaining in the 21, 22, and 23 CIP funds. There's an additional $250 initiated this year, and then an additional $3 million over the course from now until 2034. We are asking for the adoption of the amended bonding resolution to initiate the 21, 22, and 23 CIP maintenance funds to finish the $400,000 project at the new Patrol East station and authorize the necessary signatures. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Captain Cooley. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Captain. I always appreciate your hard work on a lot of these issues. Just one quick question. It seems like we're moving the whole department towards Axon.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So it is important that we go ahead and make this change at Patrol East, and I'm sure it's figured into the future patrol stations as well, so.
Yes.
All right, just wanted to check on that.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
No.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Captain Cooley. I just had a question. Are these just things that you guys learned after you opened, or did you know that these items were coming for the upgrades?
So one of them was Axon, moving that infrastructure towards that at City Hall. We've got 2 floors here of Axon. We've got our children's unit that we just moved to Axon. So it was only fitting that we move the patrol bureaus in that direction as well, so it's all one accountant can log in. That came after. That wave of moving things to Axon came after. So that's part of the IT technology. Axon is part of that. Some of the other stuff came afterwards. We had to work with the internet provider for the area. There was only one, and they had to reconstruct and re-engineer specific things for the area for that building. So that came afterwards. The turf modification came from the size of the lot and moving into stage 2 right at the end of transitioning into the building. So we didn't think it was fitting to plant fescue and water a city facility when we're asking other people to not water. So we wanted to transition to a buffalo grass that required less water. So I guess the short answer is these all came after well into the project.
Awesome, I appreciate that. And so are you thinking these things will be implemented at the new west substation as well?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
awesome, thank you.
Just a couple of follow-up questions, Captain Cooley. Regarding the grass, this is maybe more directed at the city manager. Moving forward, all projects, can we make sure that buffalo grass is the preferred versus the second choice?
Mayor, there are a number of drought-tolerant grasses. Buffalo is one. We'll do it on a situational basis, depending on the building and the neighborhood we're going into. But the idea is to be the model, right, for others to follow. So that, as well as drought-tolerant other materials that we plant, and then planting at the right times. So yes, and I think we're also looking at subdivision requirements and whether or not we can do some things that will allow developers to, actually encourage developers to use these same kind of materials instead of fescue and other materials, other plants that require a lot of water.
Thank you. And then lastly, you showed a photo of the community utilizing that community space. Just wanted to ask if how community members, if they have a nonprofit group or a neighborhood association, how can they get in contact with patrollees to utilize that space?
So on the website, Captain Beard's information is listed on there. He runs that patrol bureau and can organize that with them.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff? I see none. Thank you, Captain Cooley. We'll open it up for public comment. There's no one from the public here. And we'll bring it back to the bench. I motion to approve the initiation of additional project funding and adopt the amending bonding.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Police Protective Equipment Project.
Good afternoon again to Council and Mayor. I got several items, so I apologize. Some of them I could have condensed, but I did. I sent them forward as I was completing the project, so bear with me for the next 4 items here. So this is in regards to the CIP fund for the police protective equipment. The Wichita Police Department uses a variety of protective equipment to protect staff. This includes body armor, helmets, shields, breaching devices, and other equipment. In 2018, a replacement plan was developed for the entry equipment through the Capital Improvement Program, and the adopted CIP budget was $200,000 in GO bonds. The recommended action is to approve the project. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions for staff? We'll start with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm the one who drags these meetings out, I think, with all the questions, so apologies for that. So we do this every 5 years, we replace the equipment?
Yes.
Okay, what happens to the old equipment? Just curious.
So some of it gets utilized in training, different types of training out at the range, but it is only warranted for 5 years, so we're very cautious with handing it off or anything like that. We don't want to pass on the liability to another agency. But some of, for example, the shields or bunkers, same term, some of those are still, we still house them as backup bunkers or shields if need be. Even though they're out of warranty, they're better than nothing. But they do all have a 5-year lifespan.
Okay, appreciate it.
I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. Would anyone from the public like to speak? There are more people now in the room. We'll bring it back to the bench. I motion to approve the project and adopt the bonding resolution.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Police Entry Equipment Project.
Thank you again. This one is reference to very similar items as the protective equipment. The entry equipment, again, is utilized. It's the body armor, helmets, shields, breaching devices, and other equipment. And again, in 2018, the same plan was adopted through the CIP program. However, this funding for the CIP was $100,000 in GO obligations. The staff recommendation is to approve the project. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for staff? I see none. We'll open it up for public comment. And I don't see anyone. We'll bring it back to the bench, and I will motion to approve the project and adopt the bonding resolution.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Police radios.
This is my last one, Council and Mayor, I promise. So, again, I'm Captain Cooley. This one is in regards to the police portable radios. The portable radios are a critical piece of equipment for the officers. They periodically need replaced with more current technology. The plan is to adopt the CIP budget to include $600,000 in general obligation. This is roughly, each radio is about $5,500. A lapel mic, a microphone for it's about $100, a battery's about $115. Plus with the encryption technology that's coming anytime soon, 2028 roughly maybe, or sooner, our Spider, who runs our tags, runs people for warrants and things, that's housed here in City Hall, has big piece of the radio equipment. That's $200,000 or just less of that. So that is where the $600 figure comes from in the CIP fund that we're asking. So the recommended action is to approve the project. With that, I'll stand for questions.
activity. Next, we want to highlight performances of the home program. And so again, for 2023-2024, the home program expenditures totaled $1,343,012. And so the two activities we wanted to highlight are the down payment and closing costs, our Home 80 program. We had 9 home buyers that were able to utilize that program. And the affordable housing development, 9 single-family homes were constructed. And if you look at the next slide here, it kind of gives a breakdown. We had $673,276 in home program development subsidies that were provided for the construction of those 9 single-family homes. The partners are listed, our partners that are listed below, Mennonite Housing Rehabilitation Services, Wichita Habitat for Humanity, and Residential Housing Solutions make up those 9 single-family homes. And also we had $585,241.61 that was leveraged in the private sector construction financing there. And lastly, we want to point out and highlight ESG performances. 2023-24 ESG expenditures totaled $241,745. And the activities there include the overnight shelters, Wichita Family Crisis Center, Catholic Charities Harbor House, Catholic Charities St. Anthony's Family Shelter, Wichita Children's Home, and Humankind Inn. And you'll see there that we had about 1,571 homeless persons that were recorded staying at those shelters. The day shelter services at United Methodist Open Door, 1,451 homeless persons. And then the rent and utility assistance, a couple different lines there. That first set of numbers, the 53 persons / 18 households, that's with our homeless prevention program there. So that's funds that are directly trying to prevent people from becoming homeless. So that's with rent utility assistance, Center of Hope, Salvation Army. And then that second set of numbers, 100 persons / 53 households, that's through our rapid rehousing program. And so as a reminder, the rapid rehousing program is there to offer temporary housing assistance for up to 3 months for those that are in homelessness. And so those individuals that are approved for rapid rehousing, they do also have a way to sustain their housing after that 3 months worth of assistance is utilized. So again, that was 100 persons, 53 households with rapid rehousing. Moving on to citizen participation. Citizen participation is a huge part of our consolidated plan programs and activities. The city is required to provide an opportunity for citizens to review and comment on the CAPER prior to us submitting it to HUD. So to make this available to the public, we were able to get this distributed to all the neighborhood resource centers. We had a copy in our department. We had a copy here also in City Hall. We had a copy, or we posted it on the website, and we provided it at all the branches of the library. And we published on August 29th in the Eagle advising the public that they would be able to submit comments beginning August 30th, and that would run through September 16th. Comments can also be made today at the hearing. Financial considerations, there is no impact to the general fund. Legal considerations, we are required to submit the CAPER to it within 90 days of the close of the program year. So that program year closed on June 30th. So we have 90 days from June 30th. Recommendation is for the City Council to close the public hearing, approve the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, and authorize submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And at this time, we'll take any questions or offer any clarifications on anything you guys might have.
Thank you. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just 2 quick questions here. And I appreciate all your guys' work, your guys' department. You might be the most stressed out, overworked department in the city.
I know, it's like.
I know there's a lot of competition there, but you guys are up there. I like where we went with some of the changes to the home improvement funds. I think it's going to be a stronger, more effective program going forward because of the changes. What happened to any of the money that we had allotted for that this year? Did we move it to training or move it to another fund?
Logan Bradshaw, Assistant Director. So we actually can spend those funds up to 6 years from the time they are allocated. So we're actually still currently spending down on the funds that we had for home improvement and will continue to in the future.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. The other question is pertaining to funding our CSRs. Funding our CSRs almost wholly. I think 3 of our CSRs are wholly funded by this program. We have been looking at some changes to allow the CSRs to branch out, so that way they can also engage in other activities such as civic engagement academy and whatnot. Are we still moving forward with that, just diversifying how we fund them?
Yes, yes, in response to some concerns expressed by the staff as well as council members, there's money in the 2025 operating budget that will allow for them to work on non-CDBG eligible projects and constituent work.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question on the home repairs program. Is that the one that had, that used to be like $5,000 projects and then you bumped it up? So what's the maximum now?
25,000.
Okay, great, thank
Yeah.
you. And you said 19 people used it?
Yeah, during this past program year.
Was it like, closer to the $25,000 range, or did you have like were the projects bigger projects, or did they just continue to do the smaller ones?
We saw some bigger projects from
Great.
that, yeah.
Thank you.
Follow-up question to that is slide number 90, I think, is where the 19 households. You mentioned there was a compliance issue. Can you explain what the compliance issue was?
It was in relations to the environmental review process that we had, and so HUD pointed that out to us, and so when they point something out, we need to address that, obviously. So that's why it was shut down, and we got into compliance with all that. Yeah.
Now there are processes moving forward to be in compliance.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. There's no one from the public who would like to speak. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Due to a personal conflict of interest, I'll be abstaining from this item.
I will move to close the public hearing, approve the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, and authorize submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. The motion passes 6-0 with 1 abstention. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
2025 Payment Standards Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Good afternoon. Jean Cruzero I'm with the Program Manager for the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and today I'm going to talk about the 2025 Payment Standards for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So a little bit of background. In 1998, the Quality Housing and Work Responsibility Act required housing authorities to establish a housing choice voucher payment standard between 90 and 110% of the fair market rents published by HUD. So HUD sets the fair market rents, and then the housing authority sets their payment standards based on 90 to 110% of those fair market rents. So the payment standard is used to calculate the amount of the monthly subsidy paid to landlords and includes allowance for tenant-paid utilities. So that payment standard includes rent plus anticipated utilities. In November 2016, HUD published a final rule entitled Establishing a More Effective Fair Market Rent System Using Small Area Fair Market Rents, known as SAFMRs. So small area FMR regulation sets the fair market rents at the zip code level versus the metropolitan level where we are at today. In 2018, the small area FMRs were mandated by 24 housing authorities and required that HUD make new designations every 5 years. Guess what happened in August? So in August of this year, HUD published a notice of the small area FMRs for 2025 and included the Wichita area jurisdiction, which includes Sedgwick, Butler, and Harvey counties, except for the city of Newton. The 2025 payment standards are consistent with the city's comprehensive housing policy, specifically the components related to affordability, availability, and neighborhood stability. The payment standards are also in accordance with the departmental goal to increase and preserve supply of housing to maintain affordability for residents earning 50% or less of the area median income. The area median income for a family of 4 is currently $91,500. So our current payment standard, the 2024 payment standards, are calculated for all units within the Wichita area jurisdiction and are set at varying percentages between 100.1% and 109.5% of the 2024 FMR based on bedroom size, participant successes, and leasing units on different bedroom sizes. And again, per the previous slide, the HUD sets the FMRs and the housing authority can set our payment standards based on 90 to 110%, and we chose to do 100.1 to 109.5%. So small area FMRs are designed to provide participant families the ability to lease units in higher opportunity areas with higher payment standards and higher opportunity areas, as opposed to one flat payment standard for the entire jurisdiction. Again, that's what we're doing today. And the goal is to provide a more accurate rent subsidies based on local costs. Higher opportunity areas are defined by Freddie Mac and Opportunity 360 as areas that provide housing stability, education, health and well-being, economic security, and mobility. These areas often have higher costs of living. So on the next few slides, we have 83 zip codes, and there's a different payment standard for studios up through 6 bedrooms, and if you do your math, that's 581 price points. So these are the proposed payment standards. HUD provided multiple tools as well as 8 hours of technical assistance to assist us in evaluating the impact of the small area FMRs on the Wichita Housing Choice Voucher Program. Setting payment standards at the zip code level at 100% of the small area FMR will increase the payment standard in 31 zip codes and decrease the payment standard in 52 zip codes. So in accordance to the Wichita Housing Authority approved administrative plan, payment standard decreases will not be implemented on existing housing assistant payments or HAP contracts and will only apply to new HAP contracts starting after the effective date of the new payment standard schedule. So if someone's in a zip code where the payment standard decreases, that decrease will not be implemented if they're in an existing housing assistant payment contract. Hopefully that makes sense. There's no impact to the general fund. Analysis demonstrates that setting payment standards at 100% of the SAFMR will reduce the overall per unit cost by 1.6%. However, as more households move to higher opportunity areas, the per unit cost will increase, which will reduce the number of families the program funding will serve. Legal considerations. This is mandatory. Establishment of the payment standards based on the small area FMRs is mandatory for the Wichita Housing Authority effective January 1st, 2025. The recommendation is to approve the 2025 payment standard schedule for the Housing Choice Voucher Program to be effective on January 1st, 2025 for all housing assistant payments contracts effective thereafter. And I stand for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. We have several questions, beginning with Councilmember Glasscock.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I meant to remove my name. You had answered my question regarding the mandatory nature of it. So we don't really have an option from this bench not to do it. It's set by HUD, correct?
Correct.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. We may not have a choice, but boy, it's steaming me up, to be completely honest, because a majority of our zip codes now are going to have less to work with. And there's just not an availability of a lot of affordable housing in a lot of these other places as well. So it's like certain families are going to be asking or being asked to do more with less, essentially, coming up, especially with a lot of the affordable housing options are $1,700 a month duplexes that seem to be going up left and right. But I digress. So if somebody has a contract, do the contracts have to be renewed if they have a contract for the use of some of these funds?
Okay, so the only time a new HAP contract is required is if there's some sort of major change to the contract, such as, hey, the landlord was paying for water, now they want the client to pay for the water. But if it's a simple rent increase, no. That's not necessary. They don't need, unless they sign a brand-new lease, there is no need to sign a new HAP contract. And that's going to be part of our education campaign, making sure that landlords are aware that they don't need to sign a new HAP contract if they're just raising the rent.
Okay, so if it is something like an adjustment, then they would lose the current funding that they have, and they would, if they're in a lower income zip code, they would have a less funding to work with, essentially.
That's true, and keep in mind that we do this way ahead of time. It's not like somebody has 30 days or less than 30 days to make a decision. Rent increases have to be submitted 60 days in advance, and we get right back with everybody to make sure everybody understands the financial impact and what it's going to do to them. So if they decide, hey, I don't want to stay here, this is going to be too much of a rent burden, we can get them a voucher, they can relocate. This isn't going to be easy. There's going to be people that it's going to work out great for. It's going to be some people it's not going to work out great for, but know that for 40 years we've been dealing with this very complicated program, and this adds to it, but we will continue to do that and work diligently with the most vulnerable people here in Wichita to make sure they understand what they can do and how we can help them not be rent burdened.
Yeah, is this something when we go to DC in March, we can get an appointment with HUD and express this and some of our other concerns? This is, something I've been looking at the last couple of times we've been going there, just making sure, because we have a lot of concerns going on in the housing department with some of HUD's regulations and standards. So I'd love to be able to set something up to where when we're in DC, we can go and present to HUD a lot of our concerns around this program and some others. So with that, I see my time.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. I know that we exchanged some questions back and forth. What do you think was the motivator for this change? Like, it seems like it will be a lot more work. I'm really happy to hear that it won't affect anybody that is currently in the program, but moving forward, can you just help me understand? It just seems really complicated, even more complicated than it already is. And like what that might mean for landlords. Like, do you think they will start searching for homes like in an area where they might be able to get more rent? Or I'm just worried about all of it.
That's a lot of questions. Hopefully,
I
if
know,
I don't,
sorry.
so if I miss something,
No, you're
just
fine.
please let me know. So I think the motivation is giving people the opportunity to move to other areas of opportunity. So for instance, if a realtor sells a 2-bedroom home in 67214, same exact home in 67205, are they going to list for the same amount? They're not. Are they going to sell for the same amount? They're not. And I think that's the same thought process. So right now, 1 bedroom, the payment standard is $815 under this new. So if somebody is in we'll take my area, my zip, 67212. Payment standard is $815. But if that person wants to move and relocate to 67205, the payment standard is $1,140. So more money to give them that opportunity if they want. And if they don't want to move, they don't have to. Their payment standard will not change if they're in the same contract, the same HAP contract. So I don't know if that helps.
So if you were applying and you were accepted and you were looking, and I understand how it works kind of, but how would you know where you're going to live? You just pick an area and that's the money that you're allowed, or do you have to be approved and then they start giving you that money? Or what if you do want to move to a different zip code? Like, what does that look like?
So there's a couple of things, and hopefully this will help you. One of the things that we're going to have, and this is really important for us to be able to launch this, is a web tool modeled after the Boston Housing Authority's tool, where landlords, or clients, or you, or anybody else can go in and they can put in their annual income, they know what their annual income is, and put in the zip code where what they're looking. They can put in the utilities that they're going to be responsible for, whether it's gas or electric, and it'll automatically tell them whether it's affordable or not and what their portion will be. And I think this is going to be very, very important because this, you're right, it is complicated. It's everything we do is complicated, but we can definitely make it work. There'll be bumps in the road. People will get confused, but as we always have, we're going to take the time and we're going to meet with people. We're going to make sure they understand and they understand in writing. So I think this tool will really, really help with understanding of this complex topic.
Yes, awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the presentation. When these things come up, I always think about the landlords who don't have good motives just because of stuff I receive from people. So you answered part of this, but a new lease during the new standard year would then reduce a payment if they were in an area like 67214.
Mm-hmm.
So if a landlord wanted to force someone to sign a new lease, that then would change the amount of money they have available for a unit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Without getting into detail, there was an individual who was not happy with their landlord and made several complaints about things that needed to be repaired. The landlord wanted them to sign a new lease to get it repaired and try to lock them in. This wasn't in effect, so it didn't. Well, it mattered, but it didn't. But if that were to happen next year, I just see that as a tool to get people out, because now you don't have as much money, and if your income doesn't change when the payment is reduced, now you can't afford to be there unless you move into one of these other areas. And then my next concern, because we haven't done this yet, is source of income discrimination, because in some of the other areas there may be folks who say, I don't want you because you have a housing choice voucher. And I've been hearing that too. I just think this leads, I mean, we can't do anything about it except advocate in DC, but I just don't see a lot of good coming from that. I think along those same lines, to add to Councilmember Hoheisel, in DC when we go, we'd love to work with you all about any ideas you might have to improve the process so we can advocate on behalf of the city with those thoughts, since you all deal with this day in and day out. But I just have a lot of concerns about some of the folks. It's not every landlord, but there are some people who try to use some of the rules and regulations against the tenants in ways that just aren't humane, in my opinion.
I want to encourage you and all of you, if you have concerned clients of ours that are dealing with that, bring those to us. You can bring them to me. I'll be happy to investigate and address those. And I've not been unsuccessful in help our people. I mean, they're my people. They pay for my salary. So I take that incredibly serious. That's very serious to me. Making sure that our program is effective and they're helping people the way it should be helping them. So if a landlord does want to force them to sign a new lease, remember, they're going to get, their amount of subsidy payment is going to go down too. I don't know that they would necessarily want to do that, but I would absolutely want to be engaged in something like that to see what I can do to help and assist, help make the right decision. And we're constantly doing landlord outreach. I just had one last Thursday. We want to make sure that we have good landlords out there. We don't want the bad landlords. I mean, I'm not saying that we have them, but we've got some folks out there who are good, who will not do like what you're talking about. So please bring those to me. Allow me to get engaged with you and engage with the client and the landlord to see what we can do to make things work for the better good.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. Just the example I was thinking of, although it would reduce the landlord's payment, they'll know this is coming, but if there's a tenant who, like me and Vice Mayor Ballard and Councilmember Hoheisel get a lot of the folks reaching out. So if it's somebody who's just really blowing us up about it, and then we reach out to staff, and staff goes out there, and that landlord knows that's an active tenant reaching out to the local government, then they may say, well, let's sign this new lease, knowing that that rate would be reduced and that person now has to move. So it's a legal way to evict them. And then you can try at that point to get around our retaliatory eviction ordinance because it was just a new lease and you changed the rate. So
Yeah, no matter what we do, I mean, people are going to find ways to get around it. I mean, no matter what we do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's unfortunate. And that makes me upset. But it's going to happen. It will definitely, most definitely happen. But allow us to engage and see what we can do to prevent things from happening.
Will do.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought you were done with me, right?
Yeah.
Just a quick question popped in my mind. Did HUD have a comment period before these changes, or did they just kind of come down and catch everybody by surprise?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any comment period. They did put the rule into effect in 2016, and then they didn't implement it until 2018. So I guess that was our chance.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Ballard.
I just have one more quick question. In your professional opinion, do you think this is a good move or whatever you want to call it?
I think, yes, I do. I mean, of course, I'm an optimist, so yes, I do. I do hope that it will help people move to areas of opportunity. So yes, and it seems to be working because they already had the first round of 24 mandated PHAs that had to move to it, and now we're in the second phase, so it seems to be working.
Great.
So,
That's encouraging. Thank you very much.
And also know that we're pulling data every single day, and monthly, and we're keeping a really close eye on what this is doing and how it's affecting our Wichita Housing Authority. So know that we're all over this.
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
This is more of an overall question. Can you tell us how much money is coming into the Housing Choice Voucher Program a year approximately? And has that been fluctuating up, down?
Yeah. 18 million. I was just checking with Logan, but yeah, 18 million.
Has that been increasing, decreasing?
Staying about the same.
And for the folks that may not know how the program works, can you just briefly overview that for folks maybe not familiar with the program?
It's a very broad question, so I'm not really sure where to start with that. So we have only so many vouchers, and the money doesn't always work the same. So we have 3,460 vouchers, and we currently have 3,014 people that are utilizing it, and we've used almost all of the money because not everyone's going to go for a one-bedroom, right? So when people get onto the program, I mean, basically, that's what we have. And so in order to issue vouchers, somebody's got to leave the program to get somebody new on. I don't know if that's what you're looking for or not, so that's how it works. So it's all about the number of vouchers, the amount of money you have, and trying to make sure that we're balancing out, we're not over-leasing, because we definitely don't want to go into shortfalls when you're overspending.
We had a wait list in the past, that's why
Yes.
I'm asking that question.
Yes, we definitely have a wait list, we definitely do, and we're kind of lucky. Other metropolitan areas that are our size or maybe a little larger have wait lists that are over 10, maybe 15 years long. Ours is, I mean, there's no way to gauge, but it's probably 2.5 year wait currently, and that's just a guess.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public. We'll bring it back to the bench. Vice Mayor Ballard, you pulled this item. Would you like to motion?
Sorry, the Wi-Fi kicked me off. I move that the Wichita Housing Authority Board approve the 2025 payment standard schedule for the Housing Choice Voucher Program to be effective on January 1st, 2025, and all housing assistance payments contracts effective thereafter.
Second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Approval of travel for Councilmember Tuttle to attend the Governor's Conference on the Future of Water in Kansas in Manhattan, Kansas, November 13th through 14th, 2024.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I was asked to attend the conference as a member of the Water Treatment Steering Committee and also be in our steering committee. I'm the liaison between both, and so excited to go. Since the city of Wichita is a sponsor of the conference, my registration will be covered. So, and I probably will travel with staff from Public Works. So, just hotel and per diem, potentially mileage will be needed. Thank you for your consideration.
A motion to approve the travel for Councilmember Tuttle.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Council member appointments and comments.
Are there appointments from council members? We'll begin with Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to appoint Mia Ocean to the Access Advisory Board and Ambry Smith to the CSBG Board, Private Sector for District 1.
And I recommend Pamela Hughes to the Emergency Communications Community Advisory Board. Any further appointments? I see none. I motion to approve the board appointments.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will have council member comments now. Vice Mayor Ballard.
Thank you. I would just like to thank everyone for coming out to Unity in the Community for District 6. It was largely a success, and I certainly appreciate everybody coming out and all of the different departments that made that happen. Also, this Saturday is Latin Fest at the Old Town Square from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. And this Friday is the VA homeless stand down at Hyde Park. So that is from 10 a.m. to 3, and would encourage you all to check it out.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Since Councilmember Hoheisel said he's the one extending the meetings, can we vote to every time he wants to talk?
I'll just add one quick comment. I forgot to mention this during the appointments. Really encourage the community to apply to become a volunteer board advisory member for any of the open slots. There are vacancies right now. You can check them out online. Again, this is an opportunity for you to help us shape agendas as well as policies. So please be engaged and apply for one of these positions. Thank you all very much. I motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. There's one nay. 6-1. Councilmember Johnson would like to stay behind. Have a great week.